You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
This thing called PNM, this thing called UNC, is one set of dotishness to Mama Kai, you and me. It ain't have no color, it ain't have no race, it ain't have no principles or any values in place. And it was never meant to be the answer for unity. It shares no philosophy with any consistency. For when you watch the pedigree in each and every party, the difference you see turns out to be a case of power and money. Look here, young French Creoles in Centers, Maraval and Central. They don't know allegiance or no party here. Rich men must be supporting who they feel going to win. Loyalty, friends, means nothing. Money is getting. That's why PNM quite on turn coat to UNC. And when Del Motley this background showed he was with DAC. Hector Macklin, the speaker, swore PNM till he dead. And when the last election over, he was UNC instead. Augustus Ramreka sing, I knew him in Tapia. Next thing I know, he was a PNM minister. John Humphrey changed from Trinity, and he joined about 5 parties. So he's only die-hard you and grassroots me. It's PNM and UNC. I lie. Oh, die. Yeah, lie. This thing called PNM, this thing called UNC, is only a power play to get our sympathy. It's not about African, it's neither East Indian. It had nothing to do with anybody's religion. Kamaluddin is a Muslim, Mahavir Christian to the brim. Yet Montano the mulatto, different race, same party, you know. Johnny Milton and Rex Awan are 2 Chinese politicians. And while both of them love PNM, Brian White had a problem. Them French Creoles in Centers, Maraval and St. Clair. Tell them they don't know allegiance or no party here. Right through, rich men must be supporting who they feel going to win. Loyalty, friends, means nothing. Money is getting. The name Steve Ferguson, Israeli and East Indian, who with Ishak Galbaran sing, both parties they financing. Joey Saw and Emil Elias, a PNM Lebanese, and yet soccer of the same cast helps UNC pay their fees. Syrian businessman John Rahel, BNM they keep me up. An African weight mark as well, UNC made him minister. BNM's fundraising dinner had businessmen of all color. So it's only Chupidi, you and me. It's BNM and UNC. I like. Oh, like. Oh, yeah. This thing called BNM, this thing called UNC, it foolishly splitting we on the grounds of ethnicity. It made friends mash up fast, race hatred in en masse. It caused ignorant people to bring out the gun and cutlass. And while for people arguing about who good and who should win, the leaders jumping like monkey from one party to party. Just look at Arthur Sanderson, Horace Brooks is the next one. And first they could skip, they deserve a pick for Hopstep and Jumpman's Olympics. Look here. Ten French Creoles in Centers, Arabella, Center. Tell them they don't know the region or no party there. Which parents be supported, who they be going to win. That's right. Loyalty, friends, nothing, money in everything. I'll see back let UNC to open she own party. Katla says that now previously she run wrong to UNC. Abu Bakr supporting all three and now we for nobody. Errol McCloud walking wrong daily, so you can't say which side he. And now my good friend walked out on Eric Williams years ago. And yet, last year he would say, oh, he loved Eric for so. Ralph Maraja managed get away. And Ralph was UNC next day. And yet, don't this you cuss it stupidly. Oh, BNM and UNC. God bless. Harris Liverpool. Chocolate. Hey, Chucky. Hey, Lion. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for getting the message. This thing called BNM, this thing called UNC, it don't mean one blessed thing to Britain, France, and Germany. It don't hold no water for Clinton and John Major. Them don't care who in power once they collect the Canada. When Clinton buy oil and sugar, no party does matter. Them relax that Clinton sell we, Emma and Jack for UNC. That's why they brought me kids lately for the Tobago Assembly. I say hats off the sheep for thinking like me when you're seated independently. Ten French Creoles in Centers, Parabal and Center. Tell them they don't know the regions or no party here. Which man does be supported, who they feel going to win. Loyalty, friends, means nothing, money is nothing. Abu Bakr left BNM, open the old party, moving us some rock from here now to now. Then you run back by UNC. Morgan Shaw joined now recently, cause he said that he loved Robbie. But while he ain't now bodily, he might still love in UNC. Party in TNT, money is their ideology. That's why Brian White don't tell me he ain't take over poverty. That is my right cousin, mommy, but do you know he was PNM years ago? So would somebody show me the morality in PNM and UNC? Alright. God bless. Give me show.
Yes, 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 yes. Let me say a special hello to all the WZYE 95.9 FM listeners. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. And we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Let me bring in, this time let me bring in Marshall Nesbitt Tommy in the village, the commissioner of Newark. Tommy, welcome.
Good evening to the DAG family. Good evening.
Welcome.
It's been a minute.
Welcome.
It's been a minute since I said good evening, but I'm happy to be in the village this evening.
Nah, man, you're good to go. 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 And let me bring in the other 1/3 of the DAG Triplet, no other than Diana, Waveney, New Puppy, Benskin, McDonald boy.
Out in the street, they call it murder. That's
Murder.
all I got to say. That's all
Diana
I got
Benskin.
to say.
Diana Benskin, how are you going?
Out in the street, they call it murder.
What is that murder thing this time?
You know that song by Ziggy Marley?
Yeah, I know the song, but you know, where is the
This afternoon, I am not in a good mood. I am not in a good mood. No,
Lord have
not
his
in a
mercy.
good mood. Nope.
All you prepare
Nope.
for this storm. A storm is coming.
Nope. Not in a good mood.
And it's skipping Barbados and going straight to TNT.
Yep.
It might even skip the Tobago and go straight to Trinidad.
I want to lick up them mountains that they have up there. I'm tired and I'm fed up now. I'm not in a good mood right now. No,
lick up mountains too?
Yep.
Mountains?
Yep. Not in a good mood.
Anything in your way, it's gone.
Yep. I in a bad mood today.
Go look at thing. Partner. Only strap on all your belts, eh? Strap on all your belts. Put on all your seatbelt and get ready to take off, boy. You might have to go back to BOAC and BWIA. What do you think?
I don't know. I'm in a bad mood right now. Good.
Okay.
And I ran out of pills. I ain't got no kind of pills in this house. So
no pills.
No red pill, no yellow pill, no green pill. I in a bad mood.
I could get Alan to send you some pills in the box, you know.
I in a bad mood.
Your Alan send you some pills?
Nope.
Bakery?
Nope. I in a bad mood right now.
All right. Well, as usual, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about in the chat, again, a woman was first again.
That's right.
First and second and third. First, second, and third.
Woman is boss.
Where's that one?
Woman is boss.
We just talking who come in the chat first. What?
The woman is boss. First, second, and third. Woman is boss. Get it straight. Okay, until all you understand that the world will tick along better. But all you don't understand, make us happy, all your life happy. But some all you don't get that right, you know. You don't get those coordinates right.
So what are you saying? If a woman was president of Russia and a woman was president of Ukraine, we wouldn't be where we are today?
I know. I think the whole world had women running it because the women thinking about their children, their grandchildren. Y'all men just thinking about who cojones bigger than whose cojones. That's what's going on. That male ego nonsense.
Go, Tommy. Tommy, you hear that?
I'm listening. I hope you're not saying that for Stormy to hear.
Stormy's
boy.
Stormy's in his crate down in his
Yeah.
room. I
Wait,
can't have it wrong here.
Because see Stormy just put his tail between his legs.
Stormy is in bed.
Oh God! I see Stormy, as soon as he hear that Stormy wake up, yes, Stormy's in that hype.
No. Stormy's in bed.
Stormy's a male or a female?
A male.
Oh God! I tell you. You see what I tell you?
You know why I bring a male here? I'm not bringing another bee to live in this house.
Oh, it can't be two all in the same place.
No, somebody will kill somebody.
Yeah, can't be two women be in the same place.
No. I'm gonna give her back in a heartbeat.
Oh God, look at trouble. Look trouble now. you know some look trouble now.
Yep, I in a bad mood today. Very bad.
So of course Takesha was in at 5:06 and 5:07, first and second. Then Joan kind of mashed the thing up a little bit. Joan Jarube, she came in at 5:12 p.m. And Nadia get real licks today, boy. Nadia come in after Joan. Yeah. Nadia get licks today. Oh, it's Joan and Nadia. Joan, Nadia, and Takesha, boy. Then Fistrick come in as late as usual. He come in. after always late.
Oh Lord.
God. I feel sorry for him sometime, you know. Oh God, Joan, the show didn't start good yet, but Joan said a dark cloud over Trinidad and Tobago. Oh God, Joan. Then the show start. Oh God, this is Lord of His mercy. Joan said, what's next? Lord of mercy. Oh God, Joan. Oh God, and Nadia backing she up, yes. Joan, yes, that's true. Lord of mercy. Oh God, look. Oh God. Yeah, Fistic says ladies overnight today. Always Fistic. You, all the fellas. All don't know how to. Let me don't say that. Eh?
See, Joan said, "Woman is boss." That's what I told you.
Yeah. You started it, you know. Well, listen, Fistic agree with you. He said, "When we are alive, there it wasn't for our mothers." Full one of just Fistic. That was the best thing you say in the last 5 years. Oh God, yeah. Hey, of course, Nadia. Good night to you as well.
Nadia stored the puppies in his bed.
Yeah.
Put him to bed.
You're inside, partner. Good night. Yeah. Bonnie Roberts, we good, boy. We good. We can't complain at all.
Yeah, you talk for yourself. You talk if you good. I ain't good tonight. I tell you in a bad mood. How you talking for me? You telling people I good? I'm not good. I'm not good with what I seen going on in Trinidad and Tobago. I'm not good with people attacking you. I'm not good with the whining. Look, don't get me started, Anselm, you know. Don't get me started. I really, you know, right now. Okay?
Let's cool down a little bit. Cool down a little bit. Cool it now. Yeah, Vonnie Roberts, another investigation, and we're still waiting the finding from DSS. The PM said they were a threat to the country, and we're still waiting. Right. The PM had detectives from Barbados and England, and still no report on it over a year. Ain't got a report on that yet? Hey, Guy Mabia, welcome. Lions Love, you inside. Lions Love wants to know what's the topic tonight. Well, boy, I think we have two. You know, when you come in the village, we don't have no script, you know. We just go all over the place.
Yep.
We different. We don't have no script. We just go any place.
Lions Love, all you got to know is the storm is brewing right now. That's all you got to know. And if you've never heard me when I'm vexed, you're going to hear me tonight.
Oh, Jesus, Lord of it. Let me see if I get a seatbelt there. Hey, sweetheart, bring a seatbelt there for me. Oh, she's not here now. When she come back. Troy Smith, you're inside partner. Watch out. Hey, they're not looking partner, you know. Rajvi. Wait now, boy. Who's this now? Who is this now? Sprinkles. What foolishness is this? Who is Sprinkles?
I have no idea. But good night. But good, yeah, could be. But good night, Sprinkles. Stay and you'll see what foolishness this is. You may just have a beautiful evening.
Yeah, we go sprinkle some things on you.
Don't judge a book by its cover.
We go sprinkle.
Read the book. Read the book.
Wait now, Rajri, what is this one, boy? Rajri say, always see all these disgusting UNC influencers exploiting the diverse tragedy. It's nasty, shameful, and sad. Ooh. Oh, I ain't see that now. What that is? So, Nadia, you have another looker, eh? I'll say hi, Nadia Mongol, good, my dearest. What?
R.
Yeah,
Hello, R.
I feel them people that's...
Yeah, they're coming to spy.
Yeah, they're coming to spy on Nadia.
Here goes Sprinkles again, dotishness. All right, Sprinkles, as if dotishness, take your leave.
No, let me leave Sprinkles now, man. Come on, man. We need people like Sprinkles.
I'm not gonna stick around if I see dotishness.
Curtis Monteshad, boy. Chumaka in the house, boy. Chumaka. Hey, dotishness. Sprinkles. I wonder if Sprinkles from the University of Dotishness in Trinidad. Maybe that's what you meant him. Yeah. Maybe he meant. Yeah. Maybe he went to know. What? All right, Sprinkles, you gone later.
Bye.
Yeah, Sprinkles, we go see you later.
Here, boring. They stay to see what's going on here. They go, they're boring.
Nah, you gone long time. Hey, yeah. Bonnie Roberts say, Captain, the ship is sinking. Nah. The ship is sinking. Hey, Chris, what's your inside, boy? What tax? You're inside.
State of the Union address tonight. I have a lot to look forward to, Rajri.
Hey, Takisha, right, really? Takisha say, somebody the real pony on our program today. They say on the video still.
Yeah, they say you can't get an Indian woman. I want to know. Indian woman ain't going. I want to know how, fighting for disenfranchised poor people, trying to get opportunities for them, evolve into a dating game.
What is that one, boy?
Somebody could explain that to me.
I don't know.
How fighting for people to get clean water and they beat them to drink. And I see a video where the water still coming out with tutu in it there. How fighting for a little child to get her birth paper to go to school. How fighting to get a building in Trumakak refurbished, rebuilt, and equipped probably with computers and a library and after school program. How does that evolve from how fighting for stranded citizens that were locked out of their country evolve into an Indian woman who wants a dating game? I want to know how they spin that, how they manage to spin that. Where that come in there? Well, if I
Diana, Diana, I just say that, right? But let me take up something Keisha just says there. Why those people working forensic like to leak out people dead body? I'm so fed up. It's time to do something about these things. You know what? I don't understand something, and I ain't passing no blame on nobody, It's like we in Trinidad and Tobago, boy, we have to start thinking before when we get something on social media for us to just go and just share it because we get it. I get a picture of those bodies, and I say to myself, boy, just out of respect, I say, no, boy, you see this, boy? If that was my family members, I wouldn't want people to share that. Especially condition where those people are in. When you look at them videos, boy, it's sad. And, before sometimes you say to yourself, you know what, boy? I'm bound to share this one. Or I don't have to be the one to share this one. Let me don't share that one. And I get hundreds of videos, I ain't gonna lie to all you. And I just say, boy, nah, that one, nah, I ain't going with that one. Nah, that one. you know, and sometimes when I get it to it, if I'm sure about it, I will put fact or fiction, right? Or if I Google it and I figure out it is fake, I ain't sharing it. You see? So I think, you know, we have to start, you know, not forwarding everything that we get.
Sharing it on the worldwide, yep.
Yeah, and start thinking twice about, boy, you know this one, boy? Nah, I ain't gonna share this one. I will hold on to this one and just leave it in. I will leave it in the trash bin for a little bit. Leave it in the trash bin. Because not everything we need to share on social media, because social media becomes so addictive in that as soon as we get something, is forward, you know, share. You know, and Trinidad has started something new, like share. Listen, we don't mind people sharing what we're doing here at WZYE 95.9 FM, you know, but we don't really come to you and promote you sharing the information. If you want to share it, you share it, and we appreciate that. You see, but we are more interested in the content of us having discussions, like the discussion we had the other night with Gary Aboud, you know, for us to discussions how we could make Trinidad and Tobago a better place. You understand? And that's part of the discussion we're going to have tonight. So let me quickly finish these things in the chat here. So Ulrich
had a party for his birthday, but
yeah. Ulrich, all you say happy birthday to Ulrich, eh? Ulrich is 45 today. And we want to Diana, wait, Diana, I like that mischievous laugh. What is that one, Diana Benson?
If Ulrich is 45, I am 21.
So Ulrich can be 45? Huh?
All right, 45 US. Let's go along.
Oh God. You ain't even say 45 pounds. You say US. Ulrich, I gain Ulrich stripes, and Miss Waveney is Diana Waveney Benskin McDonald. You know, say a little different. So, folks, I want to show you all something. Wait now, that's now. All right, here it is. I want to show you all something, right? And we want to say happy birthday to Ulrich, because as listen, all you don't get upset with me. I'm just telling you, the information has reached me. Sources have indicated to me that Ulrich is 45. Diana, 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 why are you laughing every time I say that, man?
45 US.
Why you think it's 45 US? And the good thing about it is that Ulrich made a special shirt and pants for your birthday.
God.
And all you go see the shirt. The shirt have 10 pleats, and the pants have 5 pleats. All you watch it. Look here.
Okay, people.
All you see the pleats?
Tomorrow is my birthday. Tomorrow is a working day, so I
All you see, right?
keep everything today.
All you watch, all you see it, right? Diana, check the pleats now. Check how much pleats.
That style there, you had to know how to so to do that.
And you see the red by the pocket to match the red by the pleats. And on the other side of the pants is the orange. All we gotta turn to the side. When you go right the other side, are they seeing that? Huh?
Well, it's a fedora. It's a fedora.
Yeah. And you see the watch here, what is that citizen, eh? That's citizen. You know, one time Ulrich was anyway.
So everybody can get to go to work and who want to go to school, you know. So this is what I do for my children. today. Okay. First to begin, we have bus up shot.
Oh God.
After bus up shot, we have pork. After pork, we have duck. After duck, we have chicken. Then we have, well, you know, the potato and things to go with that, right? But I tried this for the first time.
Oh God.
Dumpling.
Well, he had me lost. He had me
Colored
lost
dumpling.
there.
Well, let's see what we make color dumpling, yes, boy. First
I
time I see
never-
color
It's called
dumpling.
meal
I
dumpling, but
never
it's
see
just
color dumpling in my life.
And
Chinook Bakery, they sell color dumpling.
down here
I
now,
never
we
had
have
color dumpling.
pigeon peas.
Pigeon peas.
Right. Then we have curry corn
Curry corn, what boy? I never heard
never-
of it.
and chow mango.
Mm.
We have curry mango. Here we have pumpkin.
Not pumpkin, you know,
Here we
pumpkin.
have some sauce, Bigfoot sauce.
Oh God. Oh, look like you read the soup
Over on
to
the
get
next
all that
side.
meat, boy.
You see the other side of the pants, orange?
Here
Watch
we
it.
have-
You will see just now.
Chana. Nuts. Cake.
Well, you see the color cake?
Provision. More provision. Puff.
Where's puff?
And we still have some cutters here.
Pow, not puff, pow.
Or
This is
pow?
ham.
This time of the year?
Ham.
It's Trinidadian.
And we have chow chow and concha creamer. And we have some pastel. So that's it for today. And we have some corn soup on the fire for a little later. So right now we're good to go. So happy birthday to me, although it's tomorrow, and happy birthday to me from today. And I hope all you enjoy what I did for children today.
Yeah, man.
What's up, everybody?
So all you say happy birthday to Ulrich, eh?
That's an African papi there, boy.
Let me say a special happy birthday to Ulrich. All you see? Ulrich, I wonder who else could cook like that, but the man cook color dumpling, yes, man?
I
He's a-
never see color dumpling in my life.
He's a boss man. He's a boss man.
Yeah. Ulrich, whichever chef Ulrich get, they're real good. I ain't gonna lie
So
to
you
you.
see, there you go. So who cooked that food? Alan Bakery cooked that food too.
What does that say? What does that say?
Huh?
What I say?
He already stand up and cook that food. He said, why are you trying to imply Alan's Bakery deliver
No,
that
what I
now?
said? What
They
did
say
I say?
whoever chef.
Or
Yeah. Oh,
Ulrich, you see how them people wicked, boy? Right? They say a chef cook all that food for you. And all he was doing is raising up the towel and them and showing them how the chef cook.
I never see color dumpling in my life yet.
Then Ben Skin, all you
Never eat them neither.
Hey, it's always something. Learn something new today.
What did Chris Watson said? The color dumplings will get him in trouble with the police.
Yeah, they'll come and arrest you, boy.
Why?
Yo, let's just say happy birthday to Ulrich. Troy Smith say, answer my bald-head monkey bite Aisha tongue today.
Oh,
You and
jeez.
Gary had her going.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, God, oh.
Oh, let's say happy birthday to Ulrich now. Ulrich.
Happy birthday, Ulrich. May you live to
Happy birthday. Good night,
Curtis, your birthday is
John.
today too? Wait now, Curtis, your birthday is today? Huh?
How old Curtis is? 46.
Nah. Curtis younger than Ulrich. If Ulrich is 45, Curtis had to be about 44 and a half.
44 and a half? Okay.
Yeah.
Ulrich, Anselm say that a chef from Allen's Bakery did all that cooking for you.
No, I never.
He say he went by sauce for the curry. He say the people from 91.9 cook something for you and drop it off.
You know,
He say
somebody tell me to see Ulrich coming out at Chimuk Bakery.
He say
somebody tell me to see Ulrich down in town packing up some pan in a taxi, in a Lavanti taxi. Ulrich, don't get vexed with me. I just telling you what the people say.
and he get a steel band for your birthday.
Yeah, he got a steel band. Hey, Renault
A steel
Jr.
pan.
A steel pan. Renault Jr. Oh, let's say hello to Renault Jr. I think Renault
Right.
Jr.
Yeah, he used to be here, but he came back.
Oh, he used to be here before?
No, Reynolds Jr. No. I thought you said another name. Reynolds Jr. Yeah. No, he's first.
Yeah, but
Hello.
We had to make our appearance on Aisha program tonight. We go talk a little bit about that too, eh? What? Okay, now Lana said if I want an Indian woman. You don't want to learn Chiranians, that's right, you know. Oh God! Look, teacher says she want to cuss, yes? Teacher, please cuss, don't cuss.
Don't worry, Takesha. I will be doing it in a diplomatic way tonight.
Yeah, Lana, I agree with you. So because Ansem talk about issues, you want that Indian woman. Is Diana who say that, eh?
I guess that I want an Indian man too. Hey Gary, you ready to get a divorce?
Hey, but let me go straight to it, yeah? Let me go straight to it. Troy Smith. Troy Smith, I feel the same, you know. Paria, the government, national security doing this investigation. Who will guard the guard? Let me say this, eh? I am going to say this, right? If Trinbagonians allow the government of Trinidad and Tobago to investigate itself by having Paria Fuel, Ministry of National Security, and the government of Trinidad and Tobago appoint any investigators out of Trinidad and Tobago so they can investigate themselves, Trinidadians, or they should drink water, take bamboo, and whatever they give all you, take that too.
Mind all your business.
No, mind the business. No, they don't want to mind the business. Right? They gotta take bamboo and drink water because it's unacceptable in order for them, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, and
to investigate themselves.
Listen to this, eh? It is sad. It is sad, eh? And let me put this up. I want to put this up for you, because you see, when you come in the village, we like to deal with facts. We don't like to make stuff up and try to shift people focus, and they could say this and they could say the other, right? So my good friend from Paria Fuel says the government have nothing to do with Paria. And I say to myself, I say, but wait, Tabai, Anselm, you and this, you know what? Them many go along, get along, PNM gang. Yeah. Let me read it for you. Who are we? We are a state-owned company. Let me repeat that. We are a state-owned company with access to strategic linkage and high-level market intelligence. Diana Benskin and Tommy, you know, I's not the brightest bulb in the box because I'm from Chumaka, Clavanto. What does a state-owned company means?
Owned by Barbados.
Oh God! Tommy, what does a state-owned company mean?
Means that the government or the people, if you want to call the people the state, owns that entity, whatever.
So if something happens, right, on that property that's owned by the state, then the state is part of whatever happened. I'm not saying that the state did something, but the state is part of whatever happened. And you cannot sit up there, Aisha Wells, and talk and I just started telling them, you know, I said, oh, you use Google now. It took me 1 second to Google Paria, and I get this on the first thing that comes up.
Ooh.
First thing that comes up.
Ooh. Don't estimate the power of a mind that is made up. Don't underestimate the power of a mind that is made up.
And what was sad, but if you hear them when they right after, they're not responsible. They have full responsibility.
Oh my God.
Let me ask the next question. Where is the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago? Is he still the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago?
That I would like to know. And
Where is the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago? We have a disaster in the country, and the best you could do is to pen a letter on social media to them family of them their divers, boy. That's the best the leader of the country could do. That's the best, and we accepting that. A fish does not rotten from the tail.
Nope.
We accepting that.
You know, I'll tell you something. When you really think about the whole scenario, it's pitiful. It's pitiful because they could have done better right from the start.
Right from the start. From the start. Now, listener, I want to say something, and all your PNM people, I want to help all you, because all you need plenty help. Mr. Newman George, information that came to me indicating that, yes, you were on the golf course. However, this is what information came to me after I made the comment there. Information came to me that you were on the golf course, yes. However, when you heard what happened, I was told that you left the golf course. But Mr. Newman George, hear what you guys need to do. People don't know that. All you need to come out and be transparent and accountable with the people of Trinidad and Tobago. You, as chairman, should have immediately called a press conference. If not the same day, the day after, and tell the people of the country, yes, I was on the golf course. However, once I heard what happened, I immediately went to Paria Fuel because it was an emergency situation and that was the right thing to do. But you know what? You ain't saying nothing. The Prime Minister ain't saying nothing. Or let's send out Stuart Young. Now listen to it. If I was the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, this is what I would have done. I would have immediately called a press conference. The Minister of Energy would have been there. The Chairman of Paria Fuel would have been there. The CEO of Paria Fuel would also have been there. Right? Well, I could have bring in the Minister of National Security. I'll bring you in too. Throw you in there. Throw you in too.
Insecurity.
You come and sit down at the end of the table there. You go and sit down at the end. Just sit down at the end. Right?
Aslam, you're talking about in a real country, right? Go ahead.
Hey.
From me, buddy. What? Yes. Yeah, that's what I would have immediately done. Right? I would not have sent out a letter from the office of the Prime Minister to say you sorry for what happened and things.
And look, the letters on them that they're sending out, they all look like they what's the word? They photocopied and just cut and paste. Yeah.
Diana, that's excellent, Diana. I read both of them. I said, well, wait now. Like the two of them, two of them singing from the same hymn book. It's like the same thing. Them just cut and paste and make a little change here, make a little change there. Oh God, all your boy.
But you know, pains me that we have to be going down this track today. The reality is that it should have never even gotten to this.
Whoa.
If managed effectively and correctly, it shouldn't. Today we shouldn't be talking about this. We should be talking about carnival or something, because that would have been an incident that was going to be managed, and there weren't going to be any casualties or any serious damage done.
And I heard too, it is alleged that a guy who wanted to go back in because they work under there. I don't know. They know their ins and outs better than me. He said it in the news conference, but apparently they were threatened not to go back under there. Right? Coast Guard was on site. If the Coast Guard on site, how come there are no divers to go down with the Coast Guard? What kind of Coast Guard in Anselm?
Yeah.
Huh?
Hold a minute, Diana. Hold a minute.
Take that. When they want to stop all this humiliation, I can't take that. Wake up in the morning, more frustration, I can't take that. No, ain't taking that soon. Ain't taking that. Ain't taking that soon. Ain't taking that.
Hold on. There's more to come. Hold on.
I think there are two ways in which people are controlled. First of all, frighten people, and secondly, demoralize them. An educated, healthy, and confident nation is harder to govern. And I think there's an element in the thinking of some people. We don't want people to be educated, healthy, and confident because they would get out of control. The top 1% of the world's population own 80% of the world's wealth. It's incredible that people put up with it, but they're poor, they're demoralized, they're frightened, and therefore they think perhaps the safest thing to do is take orders and hope for the best.
And I want to say, on the heels of that, a politician will divide mankind into two classes, tools and enemies. You know what I just said? You want me to repeat it? A politician will divide you into two classes, tools and enemies. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, but hey, wait. Let me get this one too. Let me get a part, but I know. Let me get a little part of this one too. Hold on. Let me get a part of this one here. Where's this one now? Let me see if I could get a part of this one. A quick part of this one. Let me see. Going up here. Let me go this one.
Help, come and put a hand, come and wipe away the blight and see what the plight that befall the man of this land. What's going on here? I would like to know why the whole world is in a turmoil. So it look as if we fire God from the job and give the work to the Beelzebub. Man, the devil have a hand in running the land. The devil have a hand in running the land. The people have to never like understand. The devil have a hand in running the land. The devil have a hand in running the land. The devil have a hand in running the land. The people will never like understand, like if Satan in control of running the land. Hey man,
I wondering, you know. Seriously, I wondering, man. I just wondering, just asking.
You gotta bring down the power.
Yeah.
Because something go ahead, Tommy.
I don't know why Anselm is wondering when he already knows the answer.
Something wrong. I mean, every day now. And then on top of it, you know, you go on, you're bragging about who was in a pod and who whining for carnival. And you have people catching the nenen still in the country, and they're having a taste of well, that taste of carnival is very carcinogenic. Let me tell all you, go look up the word carcinogenic. Because it ain't doing nothing for nobody. Huh? A taste of carnival. People and while we on that, people in the savannah are allowed to whine on each other and all that, but outside with no mask and all that. But when you're outside and you catch without a mask, they want to write a ticket fee for how many? $1,000. Only correct me if I'm wrong here.
But Diana, today, March the 1st. Today is March the 1st, right?
Yeah.
You know, I gone to school today, right? And I got on my mask. Hear them. Professor, where you going with that mask? Right? I say, what do you mean? You say, no more mask wearing here. I said, what? Yeah. And it's not it's not a safe zone, you know. Right?
No.
You know safe zone?
Yep.
Right? They say no more mask. I said, wait now, boy. I used to get so accustomed to my mask. No more mask.
Mm-hmm. No.
And we in Trinidad talking about safe zone and all kind of thing. Look,
a set of crockery. A set of crockery, that's what it is.
The devil have a hand in running that land day today.
They only implement that to further bleed and suck the last living life out of the poor people. $1,000 in a time like a pandemic. Who put that law in effect? Look, Bachak should bite your tail. Tired of all nonsense now. People catching in and this is what all going on with. People in the savannah. I see them, they're whining on one another. I said, but wait now. I ain't seeing no mask and no social distancing. So why people outside can't do the same thing? So it's a discriminatory thing going on. Look, all they don't wear no mask. Let them write a ticket for 1 million and something people.
Yeah,
let me see how they go. Don't wear no mask.
Don't wear no mask.
Shit.
And don't pay no ticket because they don't have nobody. They have nobody to try to collect the money for the ticket.
Thank you.
Them writing once in that ticket and then have nobody to look, boy. You know, boy. I sorry for all you know. I sorry for all you know. And then others want to tell me, hey, why you don't come to Trinidad? Why you don't come to Trinidad? Eh?
There's no police in the savannah policing them where they wearing their mask where they're supposed to, and you all want to take it out on poor people outside? Come on. Yeah, that's a double standard. I wouldn't be wearing none. You could write a ticket for the next 10 years. I ain't paying it. I don't have no money on her.
But
I walks nowhere.
But Diana, I want to bring our next point all, yeah? Let me bring all your next point, yeah? And let me show you something, right? Now, this is our Prime Minister meeting with the President of Iran.
Okay,
right?
So
and when I saw that, I said, Lord have his mercy. Trinidad we are meeting with one of America's biggest enemies. And you doing that publicly. And look at this other picture, right? The same person who the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago met, look who he's meeting with. I'm going to move that thing from there.
Who's that now?
Hold on. That is the same president, right? But there's a Hezbollah connection between Iran and Venezuela, right? And I could understand our relationship with Venezuela because Venezuela right next door. I could kind of understand that, right? But remember, Venezuela is also an enemy of the United States of America, right? So why are we meeting with all these enemies of the United States of America? If something should happen to us, who are we going to turn to for help? Who is going to come help us? Well, maybe we align ourselves with Russia or China, right? Because we seem to be going with all of America's enemies. Look.
Well, don't forget geographically where we're positioned opposite Africa. They're gonna send some help for we, man. across the Atlantic.
They go send some help for me.
Yeah, they go send some help. They ain't gonna let the brothers and sisters drown and things. They go send some help for me. But as if they have the technology to, to match. Oh, Jesus, Lord, Father. Rest our hand.
Let's see what is going on.
Perhaps that's why they went to Ghana before. You don't know. I don't know. So you could just speculate.
I just want us to understand that. So all you listen to this, yeah?
Is Pharaoh still existing? As he be born, resembling an Israelite, not being treated right, enslaved day and night. Oh, we just can't go on this way. We just can't go on this way. Please deliver us today. We just can't go on this way. We like the Israelites still in pain. We just can't. So send us another Moses again. We just can't go on this way. Oh, 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 oh.
We cannot continue to go on this say every single week. There's something nefarious happening in Trinidad and Tobago, and it's getting more gruesome and gruesome as the days and weeks go along. Tommy, help me now, but we're going to go for a quick station identification and we come back. When we come back, Tommy, I want you to help us, Tommy. You and Diana can help me, right? What it is we need to do in Trinidad and Tobago to steer the ship, in its right path. We're going to go for a quick station identification. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. We'll be right back after the short message.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Right? But Diana, where Gary is?
I don't know.
Wait, but Diana, let me add something else, yeah? Let me add something else here. I want to say this. Although I don't really. Okay, let's take this call. Hello. Welcome to WZYE 95.9 FM. Good night. How are you?
Hello, good night, Anselm.
How are you doing, Tikisha? Welcome.
I'm not doing well, Anselm. All you know when I'm calling here because I'm mad for something.
What are you mad for now?
Anselm, this country. Good night, everybody in the chat. Boy, this country just going backwards and backwards, boy, the real back to front real bad. You see this government? It have no place again in hell for them, eh? It have a special place for them. You understand? Because of boy, the way past the devil, boy. You understand? A lot of chopping is going on in this country, and boy, it's time for everybody to say enough is enough and shut down everything. Boycott anything concerning with them, boycott it. The back to front. Rowley talking about COVID, right? And he encouraged carnival first to begin. And then all they want to lock up these people and them in the different area when they want to hold juvenile. and allowing the rich or the people who could afford to go there and party in the cow pen or jump up in the North Stand, whatever grandstand. You understand? They want to hold them accountable, but they want to lock up people who trying to do the same thing. And then first all you back to front, right? All you don't know Trinidadians love to wine and jam. They love party, anything free they love. They will come out in a crowd. You understand? They won't come out in the crowd to prop the family. You understand? With the 4 people there now. You understand? They study to wine and jam. And then again now, after that now, after Carnival, which is tomorrow, is Ash Wednesday, they want to bring out the children, which is my children, to want to go back out to school after Easter. You feel this is right? You feel this is right? Beside that and also, you see the people who working in forensic are saying it because I know it's a fact. I witness it. You see the people and them, especially that Marco, my man who working in forensic, are saying it without apology. Who like to go around taking out people relative when they're dead and send out photo, sign for the people and them to get whole accountable for these things. The nurses who does do it in the hospital, the policemen and them who does do it. This is real heartbreaking. After these people and them done toil and begging to find what's going on with the family members, I have to see this going on social media. And since 8 o'clock this morning, I get a video. Whole day I upset. I just want 2 minutes. 2 minutes in a ring with your tongue. I don't care if the whole world hear me. Because I don't want to say hater because haters are brutal with it. But these people are them placing hate. By them placing hate in your heart towards them, by anybody in my family vote for them people with a red jersey. Why something wrong with them? Why your father dead and leave a will for my family and my children and my second and third and fourth generation, boy? It's not a vote for PLM, boy. You see how hard I say that I'm from an area where the PLM is stronghold. And you see all of them who blind and have cat and pinai and they don't care and they like to vote or race and divide in this country and see the country going on downhill. Boy, something wrong with all the boy lying and pulling in line with Rowley and them, boy. And you see this dirty, stinking, dirty stutium. First time all I hear me going on, so because I have it for them, every day I just go to my bed crying for this government, what are people going through. The man said, Mr. Henry say what? It fall on your house? Why it fall on my house too, boy? That I could side with them, these people and talk about it today, boy. You understand? It fall on my house with COVID. It fall on my house with crime. Next week, make it a year I lost my son. You understand? Don't talk for the next one when I pass out when I was stranded. And when I hear these people and them call you bashing, people like, oh, you're so on a radio station who trying to make a difference. You understand? Just to get out here, you know. But they're wicked, boy. All they're wicked. You understand? When there's some coming out, first these people have children and they like it so. Peter, I'm staying too long to do something concerning with us. Why does everybody have to go there and protest? You understand? People to get healed. And after they don't protest, they protest today, tomorrow. You understand? They come on the mama guide them to get them something, eat our food and hush them out. Because I don't have lower class people, you know. You understand? They come from an area where they like to stigmatize, so I could talk and I could say bold. You understand? They believe in handout and they believe in eat our food and hush them out. So here what's going on now? The lower class area, the curry hungry mouth. You understand? The curry hungry mouth. Me class and myself as no hungry mouth, you know. But I ordered as class here as hungry mouth. They come on the mama guy and they give you something, they give you a little sweet talk. They might even promise you an AGC house. All of them would like to lick bottom for AGC house. You understand? I don't want to say much. But you see the so-called activists on them and the so-called people who like to call themselves king and queen. I hear Mark could bust on all you. But the reason why I want to bust so Mark on them now, because half of them just forget where they come from. And they forget how the family living, the wicked. Some of them forget how the family living and they like to come on social media or radio station and talk about this one and bring down that one and bring down that one. Or they forget how the mother raised them. Some of them forget how the mother raised them. They even forget about the type of school the went to, but when they reach in a certain position and they just feel, like they have a ghost full in their mouth now. The bone like a ghost full in their mouth, and whoever leave behind, crap or smoke all your pipe, they try to bring you down. Whether they try to elevate you, they try to bring you down and stigmatize you and victimize you. Who don't want to talk like all your business? But I don't afraid none of them. None of them. And you see how I get on today? It's the nasty government. The nasty government. How me getting on so today? I wasn't this type of person. Not one of what you could wash away how I just feel. You understand? And I hear what I tell in Trinidad and Tobago today. All you're working on out to even send all your children out to school. Because all your children going back out to school without even a plan. I don't want to cuss, but I family have to tell and I want people love to cuss. And so therefore they hear my mouth cussing, or they will believe there is the same thing.
Yeah, don't cuss me on radio.
I'm really upset. You know, some of these schools and them, if you're going to school, it crawl in your blood just to see where the dusty children have to sit on, and it's COVID. When you go in some of these schools, I could tell you and say because I was past you, you're happy worker, so I could say it. You understand? I ain't talking no facts or no fiction. I'm talking the truth. You understand? Well, I have some of these classrooms and them have 21 to 25 children. When they're going on social, these children and them. How these children go and be social distancing when school open back? You can tell her to try to keep a mask on its face. Ask for this mask. I don't know why my hairy back to take the mask and shove it up it, boy.
Hold on, all right.
And so all you got like that, boy.
All right.
These are just some of the things where I need to blow up this steam now, boy. But the red back front, boy. The back to front, all you want charge a regular man who in a car with the family, with the window up, taking in the AC, all you want to get them $1,000 ticket fine. COVID gone from Trinidad, stop fooling the people. Because like COVID isn't real again. COVID is only for the poor. COVID is not for the rich. It's only the poor feeling COVID. The poor feeling COVID who can't buy an oxygen tank, have it in the house. They who feeling COVID. You understand? Because I can see a country like Trinidad who carnival is weak out here. And you allow this. Just so you allow election to take place. Just so you allow Mr. I don't want to call this man name because he does cry my blood.
Don't call him name. Don't call him name.
All your wicked, all your back to front bad, and watch my health bypass all your boy. And Stuart here take the crown in lion. And say play Lord Nelson song, King Lion, dedicated to Stuart Young. For the lies he tell and how we had these people and them feeling. You understand? Because I don't know them. I mean sleep until I find them. You know, until I find them. And the next one missing, so I ain't going to sleep again tonight. You understand? All you have a blessed night.
All right, Takesha, thank you so much. Thank you.
Good night, Takesha.
Oh God.
You know,
that young lady.
Wait, tampering with fire will burn you even if there ain't no flame.
Anyway, this clearly disclaimer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tommy, is that what I'm looking for?
Yep.
Oh God.
But to make a long story,
fire, boy. Takesha, let me play this here, boy. Oh God, Takesha, you're on fire, girl. You're on fire. But only see what's happened, boy. Only see what has turned people into, boy. Only see what has happened, right?
Yeah, but
play a disclaimer now. Play a disclaimer.
Yeah. Hold on. Takesha was on. There we go. Hold on.
Pressed by the program participants, including those on social media, are solely their opinions and views and do not reflect the opinions and views of WZYE management and staff.
Yeah, but Anselm,
you
know, you was asking me my opinion. I'll tell you something. It don't matter who is the political party in charge in Trinidad and Tobago at this particular Trinidad. I don't want to say Tobago. At this time, the results could be unpredictable for the mere reason that we don't have a culture of holding those who we give power accountable. And when I say holding them accountable, that if they do foolishness, there are consequences. There are no consequences for doing wrong. As a matter of fact, you get rewarded for doing wrong things in Trinidad.
But Tommy, here is this. Here's my thing. When the UNC came out and said the Coast Guard, well, let me just say, well, it's the UNC. Mrs. Kamala Prasad Basesa came out and said the Coast Guard committed murder. I said, oh God, boy, that was strong, boy. This here is where the UNC should be running up and down Trinidad and Tobago and saying that murder was committed.
Yep.
This is murder. This is what you call murder. And the UNC should be out there in force, right? Talking for these people and them, up and down the street, up and down the street. All about the place. This is what they should be fighting for.
Part of it is that when the UNC would highlight something like that, it will be double politicized by the media. And
but Tommy, because they just pick the wrong things to say the wrong things. They pick the Coast Guard thing to call about murder, right? They're picking it's something, boy. Like the parties in Trinidad, public relations in the parties in Trinidad is inept.
Of course they're inept.
Right? They're inept. Right? Because the pariah stuff with the government, the PNM, they totally bungled that. Totally. The UNC in opposition bungled the Coast Guard thing by calling the people murderers. So it's like a twin.
Let me tell Ole what is going on, and let it Bajan talk here now. Yeah, I'm gonna tell Ole what's going on. I'll tell one what's going on in Trinidad. You see, I'm gonna tell one what's going on in Trinidad. You see, what the establishment in Trinidad has been able to do is to disconnect the races. They've used politics to divide you and wealth to classify the people. That is what they're doing in Trinidad and Tobago. Remember, I always said it's a bourgeois society. Look who whining and jamming in the savannah a taste of carnival. Huh? What kind of goat pellet? Huh? And the children have to go to school in these rundown buildings, in these dilapidated buildings. But you find all this money to allow the 1% and the rich and people that have a little bit of money in society to whine and jam without masks, and all they want to come down hard on the poor people in society. Let me tell you something. Every state entity in Trinidad and Tobago, you all need to march. You all need to strike now. You see what happened down in the Paria? Nobody should go to work for the rest of the week. Ash Wednesday, nobody. Don't go to work. Don't go nowhere. Because it could have been all there too. Don't go nowhere. That's a great
point. They have a movement in Trinidad called the pushback movement, right? They have a movement in Trinidad called the pushback movement. Where the pushback movement?
Listen, what Diana's talking about is wishful thinking.
Nobody should go to work.
Diana,
don't go.
Where's the pushback movement? Where's the pushback movement?
Maybe they're pushing forward now.
Boy, them just push back selectively. They must have selective pushback.
Those are your fellow Trinbagonians that were murdered down inside them pipes underneath there. None of all should go nowhere for the next week. I say so. Shut it down.
But let me call next one in the mix.
Shut it down.
You know what they're doing now? But like it's Nadia Batson, but you're eating jelly too, boy. You're drinking water, eating jelly, and taking bamboo and minding the business.
Teachers don't go nowhere. Nurses work on a reduced schedule. You still have to take care of the sick people. Airports, close the airport. Don't go nowhere. Diana Benskin said, don't go nowhere.
Diana, please.
What do you mean, please? Don't go anywhere.
Diana, if the government give you a work,
don't go.
You have to go to work.
And that is what you just played a thing here saying that they want you demoralized so they can control you. Show them who is boss. They cannot collect any VAT, and they can't if you don't have the manpower to fill these jobs. Don't go nowhere. Shut it down.
Diana, you asking. Diana, I hear you, Diana, but let me play that again for you, Diana, because I don't think you heard it. You didn't hear it.
There are two ways in which people are controlled. First of all, frighten people, and secondly, demoralize them. An educated, healthy, and confident nation is harder to govern. And I think there's an element in the thinking of some people. We don't want people to be educated, healthy and confident because they would get out of control. The top 1% of the world's population own 80% of the world's wealth. It's incredible that people put up with it, but they're poor, they're demoralized, they're frightened, and therefore they think perhaps the safest thing to do is take orders and hope for the best.
Exactly.
And Diana Benskin is here to tell you, don't go any expletive way. Shut down the expletive country and they will heed your demands. This is what I say. Shut it down. Don't
Diana,
go any expletive way.
I want you to listen to this, Diana. Listen to this.
It's time Trinidad you learn some sense and stop taking serious things for nonsense and laughing. Anything that takes place in this country, whether it affects the country or we laughing. What's Saranga throwing the same rate hospital and still this in second place and we laughing. We my people coming from heaven knows they walk in the street with the thing exposed and we laughing. Everybody laughing, everybody glad, everybody keeps saying no fun, we in Trinidad. Always reshuffling cabinet and up to now they can't do nothing yet and we laughing. We buy a boat and it never floats, instead we know it used to carry boat and we laughing. Raise the salary with a big back pay and we trenching for workers every day and we laughing. When election come and you wouldn't vote or you stay in this, we go cut it throat and we laughing. Everybody laughing, everybody glad, everybody keeps in our fun, we in Trinidad.
All you think it easy? We fighting amongst each other, man. We laughing.
Shut it down. They're going to respond the way they look. All you wasting my time here. Shut it down. You see what happened with Paria? You see what happening with it all over the place? Shut it down. That's what I say. They put all in darkness the other day. For 12 long hours and then come with some fancy necromancy story. You telling me, the whole country went in darkness just so? All you, look, get up and do something. Shut it down. Put a monkey wrench in the tail. They have no VAT to collect. No, who they gonna come? Were they gonna fire all them workers? Don't go anywhere. Stay home. Look.
Diana, please listen to this.
What is the difference between the ordinary thief and a political thief? Number one, the ordinary thief steals your money, your bag, your watch, and your jewelry, isn't it? But the political thief steals your future, your career, your education, your health, and your business. Number two, the hilarious part is that the ordinary thief will choose whom to rob. But you are the one who choose the political thief to rob you. Because we choose them. We vote them. We blindly say we are not blind. Who is deceiving who? The ridiculous part of the whole issue is that we will fight to defend and protect our belongings from the ordinary thief. Is it not? But we fight each other to defend and protect the political thief. Is that not what we do? Thugs will be fighting themselves to protect those that are stealing our career, stealing our joy, stealing our health, stealing our success. What a shame. What a travesty. It calls for us to think and think deep. The stage we are in as a country is not a stage where you become an onlooker. You have become an onlooker for too long. You must get ready to put your hands to the plow and be part of the process. It's not just about PVC, carry PVC. You must be in the kitchen where it is being determined. You must be there where the decisions are being made. If we are there in our numbers, they cannot outnumber us. But you leave it aloof. Oh, no, it's too dirty. It's a dirty game. And then the dirty guy is getting to the game of play. and you are there not showing up. And when they begin to make the decisions, you will know whether it's a dirty game or not. The result is always dirty on yours, dirty on your health, dirty on your business, dirty on your success and your career. I hope that is stirring up something in you.
Let me ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
How many people there is in the parliament there in the incumbent? How many of them? How many of them?
21.
21.
Yeah, I think it's
So
20.
all right. So Trinidad has 1.6. We're gonna drop off the 0.6 because that might be for the younger children under 18, right?
1.4.
1.4. So we're dropping off the 0.4 for the younger, and the babies and them. You tell me 1 million people to 21, all they can't get them to do all they want? What madness you telling me? What madness are you telling me? What expletive madness are you telling me? 1 million all they can't get 21 jokers to do all they want?
It's 21 or 23.
Huh? But how many? 20 plus. Let me put 20 plus. 1 million only can't get 20 plus in the incumbent to do all they want for their country. And for all the children, for the school, for the national insurance to be intact, for the people to be paid their money's retroactively.
I think it's 23 and
23?
18.
Okay,
23
fine.
and 18. Yeah, 23
fine.
and 18.
Fine. Whatever it is. 1 million all they can't get that done. Why? Because you're so divided and they're using you as tools and making enemies out of you, but you're suffering. You're all in the same boat suffering. That make any sense? Man, shut it down and bring them to the knees and make your represent. This is what we want, or we keeping it shut down. Who have the power now? When they come in, when election time come, who finger they want? Who finger they want to put in their ink? Yours.
But you know, Diana, Diana is interesting. Diana, wasn't last week the blackout? Tommy?
Isn't that 2 weeks already?
More than 2 weeks. Yeah, it's more than 2 weeks.
2 weeks now.
Look how quick we forget that now.
Yeah? 1 million only.
Look how quick we forget that.
1 million only can't make these 23 to 19, whatever, do what it is you all want. Yo, come on, man. Come on. And it's the same thing over and over and over and over. And they come in a big fancy suit and come in and giving you a sort of big language, like them alone read book. Them alone read book from the police commissioner to the. Let me finish here. Don't get me vexed. Don't get me vexer than I am. From the police commissioner to the whatever, the minister of national security, insecurity. Them alone think they went to big school. Them alone think that they read, and them alone know big words. Come mama guy and all that, and they're all going along with. Man, get up and shut it down. Shut it down. This is what we want. We tired of women missing. We tired of women getting killed. We tired of women down at Paria. We fed up with these dirty stinking schools. Children how to go to school in. They had no school book. I had no work. My child come to school. I had no work. We fed up of it. Get up and shut it down. All going on with this all the time. Indian, Negro, Pio, Chinese mix. All you living in the same place. Shut it down and make them hear you. All the lucky iron on the ground, because I would be a real chubble in the tail, Shut it down. Enough is enough now. How long are they going to go on like this? I'm fed up. Fed up of my people suffering, man.
Well, Diana, let me say, Gary, welcome. Diana, Joan says, excuse me, Wall Street. I'm from Laventille and I'm very bright. Did I say anybody from Laventille was?
You said you weren't too bright.
Yeah, you weren't.
Said that you were.
Me. Yeah, but me. I didn't say other people. I said me. Right?
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. I didn't say anybody wasn't bright. I say I might not be too bright. Me.
I'm fed up with the same nonsense.
Don't feel bad too. Well, anyway, good night, everybody. Don't feel bad. Me ain't too bright either. So.
I mean, no country never succeed from protest. Let me tell you something,
That's where it starts.
Look. Martin Luther King went up against the most stiffest legislation they had. And what happened? What happened now?
It starts with protest.
Okay. All right. So don't tell me no foolishness. Don't get me vexed here.
No, don't get me vexed here. That's where it starts with.
That's all they need to do. Shut it down.
Yeah, listener, I hear Vonnie Roberts say, Troy Smith says, it's PM Maduro versus the people of TNT. For me, I believe that the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago should have called for the resignation of Newman George immediately. Immediately. It's a state board, right? It's a state board. And because some heads have to roll, and it's taking too long, and then you're going to do an investigation, you're going to put people on it, and he himself is going to investigate himself, and then they're going to tell you 6 months down the road, well, you know, we didn't do this, and we're going to put this in place, and nothing is going to happen. That's how it is.
And there's going to be a cost to that investigation too.
Yeah, it's partially cost in Trinidad and Tobago.
Maybe a couple of million to do the
right.
investigation.
Yep. Again, let me say this. If the government of Trinidad and Tobago is serious about this and coming to the bottom of it, they will get independent investigators. You could get investigators here because them investigators in Trinidad will charge them way more than if you bring real investigators to do their job. Right?
Well,
and they will get it done quickly.
Thank you. Well, let me let all you know. I was on the phone today with OSHA up here, and they're instructing me on how to start an international investigation into Paria. Okay, I was on the phone a long time with somebody in there, and I sent them information on what went on. Right? So OSHA International, we'll go and investigate all yourself now.
No, they will not investigate themselves.
Go and investigate all yourself.
Let me repeat this. Anytime any investigation team is in Trinidad and Tobago, right? Or they forget about it. Cancel Christmas. It's over.
And let me ask you something. They have what's that body in the Caribbean called that all of them is part of? Correct me now.
CARICOM.
Who's the head of CARICOM? Is it Mia Motley or Rowley? Who is it?
No, it's not Rowley anymore.
Who's that? Is Mia now?
I'm not sure.
Why?
No. I don't think it's Mia. It's one of them prime ministers from up the island.
Okay, maybe St. Lucia. Why? But then why I'm sure this news has circulated outward into the diaspora there. Why don't somebody from there initiate an investigation into what went on there? All ain't tired and all these things coming out of Trinidad all the time. And all it belong to this body. I want to know what's going on with my neighbors.
Which one on Caribbean islands want to step on Trinidad and Tobago too?
Who's Trinidad and Tobago? Listen, who's Trinidad and Tobago?
First of all, my government fell down on the job. Okay? Forget Paria for a second here, because I want to know about the capabilities of my Coast Guard and why they didn't have certain equipment in place. Why we spending so much money and we still can't have a mini sub to us on board with the Coast Guard? What kind of vision we have? What kind of understand? We don't see what's happening on the international scene. We don't watch TV. We don't travel. All the traveling we doing and all the leaders we're meeting around the world and all the things we're looking at. We don't see the need to have a mini sub on board our Coast Guard vessels in order to enhance our capabilities to respond.
You want me to answer that for you, Gary? I can tell you why.
So this is where I'm going with this right now.
Who's in charge of national security?
The Coast Guard was supposed to take over this rescue operation because they're supposed to be the more skilled, more authorized person on board a body to take over this operation.
Gary,
this is a rescue operation. Forget which company involved.
What's your problem by trying to give them sophisticated solutions, man? What is your problem?
Wait. Heinz is his boy. What's wrong with you?
What are you talking about? Have a sub on board
Heinz, where was he?
Huh?
They should have taken the lead. Why do people have to bawl, cry, and holler for them? I saw one guy call them so many times. Everybody call them. I guess Ancient, Philip, every Tom, Dick, and Harry. activists down there try to reach out to them. Why didn't they go down there and take the lead in this? Why you coming a few days after to make a statement? You should be going down there and taking control of the situation. Look, I tell Trinidad and Tobago, I tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and the government of Trinidad and Tobago, if all they can handle the job, I am willing to do it free, no charge to my country.
Gary,
I will handle the emergency response.
Gary, partner, all you living up in America and all you think all you better than here in Trinidad. We don't want you to come down here.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, Anselm.
Well, I learned a few things. Let me tell them. I learned a few things here in America while I was here.
Nah. All you think all you better than we down here.
And I made a few contacts while I was here. And they're willing to assist Trinidad and Tobago. And the Southern Division always training Trinidad and Tobago military and police. Okay?
Gary.
And at the tip of our fingers, all we had and tongues, all we had to say, we want help.
Gary. Barbados has a submarine that they use as a tourist attraction. You go down in the submarine and you go around the reef. Oh, hello. How long would it take for that sub to get there?
A mini sub that can be on the vessel.
But that's what I'm saying. But in the meantime,
with all these drugs coming underwater and above sea and every which way they can to our country, and we don't see it fit to invest in this kind of equipment.
Gary, they bought two new ships the other day.
Yeah,
think about that
we bought two while we had 6 sitting there.
But then they think about that before they bought. After I'm telling you, man, you trying to look.
All right, and then they will come up with a new idea to spend more money on something else. So we're going to fix this, and this they're going to allocate it in the budget. All right. This is not the first time you call for help from the Coast Guard. What did the Coast Guard do? I had the Coast Guard and they put their foot in the water. But they give an assessment of the situation.
Yep.
Why did you stop the people who was capable on site to respond?
But here's the sad thing, I listened to Aisha Wells today.
Oh God. Yeah. I hear a few things.
Sad, man. The contractor have. What about if Paria, right, had limited the things the contractor could have done? Basically, they wanted to pay them less money.
Answer. Maybe if they didn't shut down Petrotrin, things would have been a little more organized to respond because Petrotrin had their act together. Okay, all right, with equipment and stuff like that. But again, I want to know. Me don't want to hear about Paria, you know. I want to know the ability for my government and my emergency response team to be able to be trained.
No. You cannot leave. You cannot leave Paria out of this.
No,
because what happens is that
my government
happens similar to this again.
My government. I live in Paria, you know. My government in charge. My prime minister in charge. My Ministry of National Security in charge. My Coast Guard is supposed to be in charge of taking over the operation. They should have been there to cover the operation.
Well, they did take over the
situation.
Yeah, they did.
They did take over the operation.
They want to take over somebody.
Yeah, they tell them they did take over. They tell them they can't go back down in there. They did.
We should have been able to go down there with a mini sub and cut the pipe open.
Look, I's not a diver.
Me and how to be an expert, you know. We should have been able to scan that pipe. We should have had the equipment to scan that pipe and figure where they located. Because let me tell you something. Every second count when you're losing oxygen in your brain.
But Gary, then I heard had they done that, the oil spill that would have occurred from that would have been catastrophic and affect the area. So
we could cap the line, make a hole and sub something and send an oxygen line inside there until we get to them.
Okay. All right then. All right.
We could cap that line, drill a hole in it, and send an oxygen line to keep them, alive until we get to them. On the other side.
But this whole thing have been bungled enormously.
And where's the brightest minister in the government? The man who was National Security and Minister of Everything. He's Minister of Energy.
But he had a press conference. At
He
least he had a
had
press
the
conference.
experience since he was in national security.
But he had a press conference,
And
Gary.
he knows the access to the resources and how to handle this thing, right?
But Gary, he had a press
Supposedly.
conference.
He had a press conference, and that's how he solved it.
Gary, if he handling energy the way he handled the stranded citizens, well, we know where it's going.
Well, listen to me now.
Well, with that in mind,
I'm making an
Diana,
offer again.
with that in mind,
to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the governor of Trinidad and Tobago, that I will take the job for emergency response command, running the Coast Guard, the military, everything for free of charge. I will bring the necessary resources.
No, you can't get all them work down, Gary.
No.
You can't get all them work.
You want them work now? You want to be
I
like
want the money.
George? You
I
want to be on
want to
four
set
boards?
up an emergency command response center.
You want to run 4 companies now? You want to be like Umar George now? You want to
And
the
I want
front
the
and
money.
board?
I want the money for free. That's
Anyway,
my country, my people.
Chris Watson says, and Sam, if they could leave citizens out in other countries and saw videos of them crying and what they had to do to survive, you think they will care about who in the country?
Is the guest back there yet, Anson?
No, not yet. No. Chris?
The Minister of National Security, together with the Minister of Energy, should have been in the forefront leading this whole operation. They should have gone down and take it over because they have the access to all the resources to bring every man jack on board to handle this thing.
But they don't care.
And then we'd have deal with Paria for their negligence. But the rescue operation should have been taken over by the government. This is not a Paria thing.
Yeah, Wani Robert said we're still waiting the DSS findings.
But let me tell you something. The way I hear about this DSS, it have a lot of people involved in this that they want to tango with. Okay?
Yeah, but
it's going to be them investigating themselves again.
But Gary, before we were...
But Gary, go ahead, Tommy.
Earlier we showed where it was revealed that Paria is a state-owned company.
Okay, so when the state-owned company falls down on the job, we have a prime minister and we have a government in charge. This was an emergency situation. This was an emergency situation. The FBI just come down here and shut down everybody and take over. Okay, where it's necessary. The government federal agency. Every man jack had to fall in line when the federal government shows up.
Yep.
Okay.
But Gary, here's my point there, Gary. And compare and contrast, right? When we had the Coast Guard incident, you will not hear, so I'm repeating myself. When we had the Coast Guard incident, your leader, Gary, called it murder.
My leader? My leader? Who's my leader? Who is my leader?
He taking a punch at you, Gary.
I support various political parties at various times, and at this point,
Gary, the leader that you support. Let me put it that way.
I know I support a particular party. I don't support leaders. I mean, that is not permanent. I support Republicans sometimes. I support Democrats sometimes based on the leader. And,
the leader of the party that you support.
I ain't no PNM like you.
No.
Yeah,
I'm here trying to fix the UNC, you know.
But
no way I am ever going to try to fix any political party.
But Gary, hear this, Gary. Yeah. When Mrs. Kamala Prasad Bussessa called what happened with the same Coast Guard you trying to fix, murder, right? And this situation happened here where 4 innocent men lost their lives in one of the most, oh God, cruel way, boy. Suffocation. And to me, that is murder.
But why she didn't go down there too?
Huh?
Call she out. How come
she's silent? How come she's silent?
Why she didn't go down there too?
Why asking you that? How come?
Well,
you see?
I can
just pick and choose. Them just pick and choose what they want to bring to the public. Yes, opposition. You have to be wise. And that is my problem.
Let me tell you something. If I was the opposition leader, I would have head down there and wait for the Prime Minister.
But you know,
and if he didn't show up,
but Gary,
I was holding a press conference right there and call him why he didn't come.
Correct. And not only that, I would have been on the beat him the first day. That's what things started.
Well,
I don't
tell you something.
You see, politics and thing.
That's what it is. That beat him have a history. It have a history of these things reoccurring, and they patch it here and they patch it there, right? Okay. And it gonna happen again. Don't be surprised it happen again a few months down the line somewhere else in the place there. All right. So that place, I mean, while some people refusing to leave that area, I think that area is toxic. It's not fit for human occupancy, as far as I'm concerned. Just like how we just give occupancy here for a building, permission. That place needs, we need the EPA down there. That sort of things, to test the soil and all that thing. That place is not fit for human occupancy, far as I am concerned. But
Wall Street, those posts not coming directly from the PM. He just was to shoot a call to his secretary and tell him.
But I am watching the emergency response from Brett come back, man, and I mean they don't have their act together. And they're so big like on their throne down there. They need to come down from their throne.
Bourgeois.
Lana says these 4 men could have been our children, our brothers, our husbands. I really feel it, boy. I ain't gonna lie to you, boy. That thing hurt me, boy.
So answer, why are you trying to politicize this thing, man? I hear you getting blamed for that. And I hear you're siding. Well, okay, since Kamala is my leader, I hear you're siding with we, basically, because you're looking for Indian woman. Is that what?
And the Indian woman don't want you.
Oh, you can't get Indian woman because you leave it here.
What was that one? I ain't get that one. What made that one? I noticed Lana put something in the chat by looking for an Indian woman. Oh, that come up.
No, you can't get Indian woman. No, I'm listening to the retarded, toxic comments that is coming into Aisha Wells' show, right? And it gives you. It's good to listen because you get an understanding of how the people thinks, right? And the garbage they have in their head. Okay. And the
Indian woman thing come up. I hear it. What happened to the Indian woman thing?
Well, no Indian woman, I want you. So what they trying to say? You're hanging with UNC, right? You understand? You're hanging with UNC. You associated with me. Diana associated me, right? Remember she get cussed out for the Indian man? Okay.
Yeah, boy. Everything is raised, boy.
I call the Prime Minister.
Well, I want to let them know Indian man just take care of the woman. Okay. All right?
Yeah.
Ansem, Indian man just take care of the one, they don't abandon the children. And if any Indian man abandon the children, let me know. I'm coming to deal with them.
Then I need to find an Indian man.
Yeah, they won't talk now. They won't talk. They won't talk. They won't talk.
So listen, earlier we have Umar Abdullah is backstage. So
yeah, bring him in. Yeah, bring him. Let's get the facts from him now.
Yeah. He fixing his camera. Hold on, man. Let me see something. Albert Montano says, all as way back as 1964, when I saw his money was waste and the corruption called bubble, elderly woman told me it's government money. Okay.
Man, when you think of the kind of money we spend and how we spend it.
Gypsy is part of the problem now. Or was he always a problem? Question.
When they say government money, government is separate from the people. Like, instead of them working for us, we working for them.
Yeah, somebody says Stuart had a lot of security. So let me bring in Umar Abdullah. Hold on. Yeah, Tikisha, I see Ellis, welcome.
I want to know why he wasn't there to take over the scene and take over command. That's what I want to know. Bring him in, Mr. Abdullah. Let me hear what you have to say.
All right, let's bring in Mr. Umar Abdullah. Brother Abdullah, how are you doing, sir?
I'm okay. Pleasant greetings to all your viewers. And it's a pleasure being here again. Nice for having me. Thank you for taking me outside of Trinidad and Tobago.
Why is that? Why is that,
sir? A free trip to the United States.
Well, it's becoming very, very scary here every day, more and more. It's really, really terrible in Trinidad and Tobago what is happening. What people are asked to endure as a result of lack of government care, commitment to take care of its people and to respond to its people when they're affected, adversely affected. We are, and we have been recognizing for quite some time, a sort of a totalitarian, a response by our government. And we hope this is not a signal for what eventually is going to happen. We are standing firm, committed into bringing the information, as it were, to inform the people of Trinidad and Tobago what are their rights, how are these rights being taken away from them, and we are also here to inform them what it is we can do, possibly do, to preserve those rights and preserve those privileges. It's a task that it's, as we say here in local parlance, it's like climbing a slippery hill. It's really difficult.
Brother Abdullah, when I look at you as a very calm and serene man who is very, emotion. Well, let me don't put it that way. A guy who's always in control then. And I saw you did a live from Paria and you became very emotional with the situation. It's the first time I can say since I've known you that I can see you as visibly upset with what's happening with the situation. I mean, take us through that a little bit. I mean, you a guy, you come in, you are, well-mannered, so to speak. And when you speak, you take your time and you deliver. But I felt there was an emotion there, something that kind of triggered you, in order to make you somewhat upset with respect to the situation.
I'm a person that understands loss. And I having to, endure the loss of my father and my mother. I understand what that is like. When my mother passed away, I was not by her side. She was in New Jersey at the time, ailing for some time with cancer. I was unable to leave Trinidad to come to the US. Of course, because of visa restrictions and so on. And I was the last one that my mother spoke with on the phone while she was dying, actually. Her last words, I heard those last words, and she heard those last words from me here in Trinidad. And that period of my life was a very, very difficult one. And after that, I started to look at that loss of loved ones differently, and how painful it is for persons not being around their loved ones when their life is being plucked out from them. I could well imagine what had gone through the minds of these 4 heroes while their lives, they were seeing their lives ending before them, thinking about their families back home, thinking about, in one instance, the mother. She was in a hospital. That's the person whose body they have not found as yet. He visited his mother on Thursday, and he told her he was coming to see her. He was coming to see her this Saturday. That's Saturday gone there, and she had undergone an operation, a heart operation, And she's due to come back home tomorrow. And up until now, she does not know what happened to her son. His child doesn't know as well, he's a young baby. And it's heart-wrenching just to think that when that mother does learn of the loss of her son, what she will have to go through. And while I was there in Paria, looking at the response of the police officers and how they were quick to respond to a family engaged in trauma, no assistance from the state, even though the Minister of Energy would have instructed Paria to ensure the family is comfortable. There was no such help, no outreach from the company. They were told that they were going to provide counseling. No counselor came. It was just bitter. It was just a bitter occasion. When everybody else was partying and fetting and having a good time with the Taste of Carnival initiative by our government, no police inside those venues, people not wearing masks, not social distancing, breaking every law. Those pods that was built, persons were coming out of those pods and, enjoying themselves and having a good time. While these families were crying, hurting, the police came there and was concerned about us wearing masks, concerned about us social distancing, not having a care in the world for what the families is perhaps going through. And imagine the senior officer would come there and say, those with placards, you need to line up and stay stationary with those placards. If you come out of line and you attempt to go in front of the other person, I would consider that as marching and they're going to charge you. Those things got me upset. Those things brought me almost to tears. And to think that we have a police service that has been given the task, and they carry the motto of to protect and serve with pride. They were certainly protecting and serving the criminals, in my view. But what will we do? What were they doing to the innocents amongst us? Persons who would have suffered loss, what were they doing to them? Were they serving those persons, those people? That they come to serve and protect us with pride? They were not doing it. That's why I reacted in that manner. But even within that period, in that moment, I knew as an individual, as a leader, I have a responsibility to set an example. And so my actions was also within limits, and I didn't let it escalate. There's these things that make us worry. It worries me that my friend across town, that my friend in another village, my colleague, whom I would have spoken with yesterday, would not have that ability and would not have that strength to withhold their tongue and to calm themselves. There is a saying of the Prophet Muhammad in Islam, a tradition that says, the strong man is not a man who can fight and who could rage in a battle. But a strong man is somebody who can control their anger and their temper. And I try my best to do that, even in the midst of chaos in Trinidad and Tobago. I try my best to be calm. when I speak to the police. Sometimes my members, they often question that patience that I have. Some admire it, some criticize it. But at the end, it's all for a purpose. There's an objective in mind. It's an objective to use as much calm and, peace as we can, as much diplomacy as we can, to get our people in a place where we can have strength in unity, strength in numbers. Where when we stand, there'll be no need for violence. Just by our show of force, and our show of commitment, and our show of steadiness, it will send a signal that will scare any government into doing the right thing. And that is what I hope to achieve.
Brother Abdullah, let me tell you, this is Miss Benskin.
Yeah.
You got patience. I ain't got none. Right now, I am teething and I am upset because it's getting worse and worse and I'm female too, yeah, so I'm full of emotion. I'm tired and I'm fed up. The women getting murdered. Now these people murdered on their job. They're concerned about y'all wearing masks. They're dancing in it's a state of decadence in the society. They're dancing and whining on one another inside pods, sheep pen, pig pen, and people suffering in the country. There are politicians in Trinidad and Tobago, as I said earlier, they've divided people into two classes, right? The tools and enemy. They're using them as tools and enemies, and they've weakened them. They've got them so weak and so sick that they've given up. I say shut it down. Shut down except the hospitals. Except they work on a skeletal crew. Shut it down and make them do what? You tell me 1 million people leave out the 0.6 for the kids and the little babies. 1 million people can't get 23 and 18 people to do what we want. I'm tired and I'm fed up right now. Yeah, the storm is raging. I tired. What else is going to happen in Trinidad and Tobago for you all to get up and get this thing right? What is going to go on? They have the knee in your neck. Come on, Trinidad and Tobago. I am tired and fed up. Look, put a tube on them. Shut it down. I'm fed up right now, Brother Abdullah. Sorry for screaming in your ears. I'm fed up right now.
So, Brother Abdullah, just hold for 1 minute, okay? We're going to go for a quick station identification. Folks, it's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We have with us the leader of the First Wave movement, no other than Brother Umar Abdullah, and he's joining us and giving us some background with respect to what happened to Paria at Paria Field, where unfortunately 4 young men lost their lives in our beloved island of Trinidad and Tobago. We have to wake up. We just can't continue this. We stick and stay. Don't go nowhere. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets at WZYE 95.9 FM.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We're back with you. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Brother Abdullah, here is a question that I have. We don't live in Trinidad and Tobago, so we ask questions. We have the outside lens looking in. To me, this is one of the biggest tragedy and travesty that has happened in Trinidad in a while. What happened on the BTM2 was a tragedy, but I don't think it was a travesty. Where is the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago?
I would have said, and I think I would have made mention of this on 2 occasions, if not 3, I think. In recent times, we have witnessed a number of invasions taking place. Russia has invaded Ukraine.
Correct.
And the only time when an invasion is possible is when you drop your guard. You drop your guard. So Ukraine would have dropped their guard, and Russia invaded. We have criminals here in Trinidad and Tobago who have in recent times invaded the homes of private citizens and robbed them and murdered them. We have also instances where the police have invaded the personal space of persons here in Trinidad and Tobago and committed crimes against these persons. And now we have an invasion of a deafening silence from our government and our state institutions. And that is only because the people of Trinidad and Tobago would have dropped their guard. And we would have dropped our guard not today, but a very long time ago. And we would have allowed things to happen in Trinidad to go unchecked and just continued partying, continued having a good time. We lived in a beautiful twin island state. There's a lot to take the worry away in this beautiful twin island state. And I think that was one of our drawbacks. We had too much of beauty, too much of peace around us, that we took it for granted. And very strategically, our governments, past and present, been influenced by the global elite, the satanic global elite, taking away incrementally our rights, our privileges, bringing into parliament legislation and laws that obviously would affect our living and our socializing. So when the day came and they told us to wear masks, we were willing to wear the mask. When the day came and they told us to social distance, we obeyed them. When the day came and they told us you can't no longer go into your places of worship, we didn't. Because we refused to stand up in the past. So obviously, it's difficult to stand now. But we would have taken a position in the first wave movement. I would have issued a press release to that effect, indicating to government and the TTPS that the first wave movement will be taking off our mask. We no longer wear the mask. Nowhere we go. We just came from a live that we did in front of Mustak's residence. And we were greeted by a contingent of police officers, all wearing masks. We were not wearing any. And after the entire event, not one police officer asked us anything about the mask wearing. Well, they already know that I made it publicly clear that we are not going to tolerate government continuing to insult our intelligence here in Trinidad and Tobago. Because one morning I got up a Sunday morning and I saw on the front page of our Express persons having a good time, reveling and so on, in an enclosed place in San Fernando, Prima Bowl, not wearing masks, no social distancing. And that same newspaper, when the reporters come to interview me, they are asking me to wear a mask. So I found that to be a gross disrespect to my intelligence, a major hypocrisy. And I took the decision on that same day to order my members to take off the mask. We're not going to tolerate from our government that type of behavior. All right? We are a sovereign country. The people in Trinidad and Tobago are the ones in charge of our affairs. We are in charge of our resources. We have placed that responsibility to guard, to protect, and to preserve, and to manage those resources in the hands of some people. And what they have done, insulting our intelligence, signed away to Big Pharma and China much of our heritage and what we know to be ours here in Trinidad and Tobago. Presently, I beg anyone in Trinidad and Tobago to come and tell me, what do the people still own here in Trinidad and Tobago? Perhaps we own nothing. We don't know what it was in those non-disclosure agreements with Big Pharma. We don't know. But we have another incident on our hands that is going to speak volumes. And I made it very clear on 2 lives that I did. This whole incident that took place, this tragedy that took place last Friday, started the day when our Prime Minister took to the podium and promised the people of Trinidad and Tobago he was not shutting down Petrotrin. That's when it all started. That's when those men, those heroes that lost their lives, that's when they started to breathe their last breath. And for people in this country who choose not to understand what I'm saying, the very reason why those men died, and Almighty God allows things to happen, sometimes tragedy. He brings extreme pain and suffering unto people for a purpose and a reason. And for that, we are going to uncover all the lies, the crime, the fraud that this government brought on its people by the closure of Petrotrin. And we are going to see the truth, and we are going to uncover the truth, because we are not leaving no stone unturned.
He's muted.
No.
That's me, sorry.
Everybody's muted?
No, you all hearing me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you. I was muted.
Oh, okay.
So Brother Abdullah, it just seemed that, but let me go back to this question, Brother Abdullah. Brother Abdullah, who is to blame? We don't want to cast aspersions on anybody, right? But I believe when this situation happens, the blame should start from the top, right? And I want to start with, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, I want to start with the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, because everybody takes their lead from the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. So I believe that the most deserving thing that could be done for the people of Trinidad and Tobago was for the Prime Minister to call a press conference with the Minister of Energy, the Chairman of PARIA, Newman George, right? The CEO of PARIA, right? And maybe the Minister of National Security, since the Coast Guard will be involved, and all those people, and come to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and be transparent with them and say, listen, right? There were some blunders done. We are going to get an independent investigation. We're not going to have people in Trinidad. We're not going to have himself investigating himself. We're going to have an independent investigation from outside of Trinidad and Tobago, because it's my belief that any investigation using people in Trinidad and Tobago I don't think we go get the true and correct thing. What do you say?
Well, you know, when you have a household full of children and you come home and you see something wrong done at the home, broken glass or something broken or something of the sort, and you ask the question, who did this? The one who stays silent, right? The one who is culpable.
Yeah.
Coming back to the Prime Minister. You all can remember the 12-year-old girl who was trapped in that hole in Afghanistan, right?
Yeah.
You saw how the country responded. You saw how the government responded. Who was there on the scene? Right? Government officials. They were actually there. They were with the people, hoping and praying together with the people, crying together with the people. But not in Trinidad and Tobago. No, you can't have that in Trinidad and Tobago. Imagine Stuart Young would come to this nation and tell us that he's going to launch an investigation into this matter. And our Minister of National Security, who has all the time in the world on his hands to monitor Facebook and respond to everyone on Facebook, as if he don't have an office to run. All right? As if he don't have a country to protect. Okay?
So it's not his job.
No, it's not his job, right? So he comes and tells this nation he's going to launch an investigation, and the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Energy is going to lead that charge. And BP, together with personnel from BP and Shell, who obviously the government is in bed with, right? How could we get an honest and fair investigation with that crew, with that composition? How could we? When the minister, well, let me start by saying, when the government of Trinidad and Tobago is very much a subject also of this investigation.
Correct.
And more and more precise, the Minister of Energy. And I keep saying, and I keep mentioning this to the nation sometimes when I speak, and it comes to my thoughts. You all could remember our past Minister of Energy, may Almighty God rest his soul.
Franklin
And
Khan.
the circumstances, the questionable circumstances under which he died. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Because there are reports that's coming forward now that has pointed in the direction of Mr. Newman, George, who, let me remind the world, is the husband of the Speaker of the House. Anissa George. And he was previously under the radar of the United States border security for the transfer of oil from Venezuela, out of Venezuela. Look where he is now. Look where this man is now. In addition to that, Mr. Mustaq Mohammed, my brother in Islam, was also part of a company where he held the position of operations manager. And under similar circumstances, a diver died. And he sought to blame two contractors involved in that operation and lay the entire blame on them. So this man has a history where divers die under his watch. Now I want Trinidad and Tobago and the entire world to understand that this pipeline we're talking about, that they are trying to recommission, was down for over 20 years. And we all know how maintenance go in Trinidad and Tobago, right? We all know how maintenance goes. So there was no maintenance on that pipeline for that period of time. So you can very well guess what could have possibly happened. Down 60 feet under the water, in those conditions, Friday last, I spoke to an expert today, and he told me, based on the information that he has and he has gathered, it is stand.
Messi. PNM again. PNM again. PNM again.
Accident.
Hold on, we coming back.
Taken place. That's not hold on sec. Call the answer. Don't call. Yeah, that's the hold on sec. Hold on sec.
Okay.
I come back in. Right, you all got me.
So, brother Abdullah, you have to go back a little bit because you're frozen there for a little bit.
Okay, so he's good now.
Yeah, you were frozen there for a little bit. You have to go back a little bit, about a minute.
Right. So, right. So what I'm saying is that, where did you last get me?
Mustaq Muhammad. A diver died under him.
Right. A diver died under his watch.
Right.
All right. Under similar circumstances, pinning the blame on the contractors that was working at the time. So you can possibly well imagine. What is his intention now with the contractor LMSC. And I spoke to an expert today, and what he told me is that it is scientifically impossible, impractical for what took place there on Friday, based on the information that he has. So what he's saying is that based on the information that the contractors would have been given by Paria, all right, because they would have had to do job analysis assessment, all right, where all the safety checks and balances would have taken place, and they would have been given certain prerequisite license or permits that would require them to go down and do the particular work that they were doing. But keep in mind, this pipeline was down for over 20 years without no maintenance. So and then Christopher, the survivor of the incident, he said that they were smelling fumes coming out from the pipeline. So what does that indicate? It means to say that that pipeline was not thoroughly serviced and flushed and maintained. And if fuel was leaking into the area where they was working, that peg or that pig that they put in the pipe, that's an expanded balloon. It means to say there was probably perhaps some seepage in the balloon. And what would have caused that seepage is the balloon would have ruptured. What would have ruptured that balloon was the internal decay of the pipe, which was perhaps not serviced before those guys went down there. So these are questions that we are asking. These are serious questions that we are asking. And I would have spoken to another, person within the industry today, and he would have told me that there were times in Trinidad and Tobago where those pipes, including this one, what they're trying to recommission now, when it was in service, when they were transferring crude oil from land to sea, they would have to pump that crude oil back onto land because there would have been metal objects in the crude oil and metal filings, which would have come from the interior of the pipe. And they would have to send back that crude in order to refine that and take that and get those metals out before they sent it back onto the tankers. So this is this is the kind of things that has been happening in our petroleum industry in Trinidad and Tobago. And what was made absolutely, what I understand from the company decision is that this is just the culture of these professionals working in these state agencies. This is the culture, very lackadaisical, You know, a sign off on that. They might have see the thing. A sign off on it, no man. All right, and let's go with it. Right, that's the type of professionalism, and that's the type of commitment we have to our jobs here in Trinidad, our duty in Trinidad and Tobago. And if it is we don't put a stop to that now, it's going to continue. It's going to continue. And we have to continue to ask the question, what really is at stake here? We need to know what is at stake, because we understand that they're trying to recommission this line in order to supply a client with crude oil. Is this a legitimate transaction, as the transaction that would have involved the Venezuelan transfer of oil when Newman was cited as culpable in that incident by the U.S. state agency? Or is it a case where we are now learning that Mr. Mustaq Mohammed was employed in BP for some time? All right. He was also employed in Methanex, which is the company he was working in as the operation manager, where the diver died. Now that, if you research it, you would not get no information on it, because that was an internal investigation that was hidden from public. It was not reported in the news. Right? So you would not get any information if you search it online. But you have to go in Methanex to get the file and look at it, and you'll see for yourself. For those persons who have the time to do that, go ahead and do it. Umar Abdullah is not bringing no false information here for you. And I have never been in the habit of doing it, and I have never been guilty of doing it in the past. So whatever I bring to you now, it's credible information. You don't believe me, check it out yourself. So the reason why we are asking these questions, and we are calling for fresh investigation, an independent investigation with all the stakeholders involved in the industry. And we're also calling on the TTPS, because we would have made a call on the TTPS to launch an investigation into the accident that took place on Friday. But now we are no longer calling for an investigation into the incident. We are calling for a homicide investigation, because we firmly believe that those men were murdered. So those men were murdered. And I'll tell you why.
Right.
When the diver went down and he brought up Christopher, it was 1 hour after the incident took place. 1 hour after. And you can imagine the people on the platform and those who were on the tugs, they had no idea what to do. They were panicking. There was no rescue mission. There was no rescue, facility in place. There was none. Nobody knew nothing what to do. No.
But Umar, where was the Coast Guard at that point? Where was the Coast Guard?
I'm glad you bring up the point about the Coast Guard. When the Coast Guard arrived, they got a call now. If you are working in an industrial security industry and you get called out on a particular security matter. Let's take, for instance, let's be ridiculous. You get a call one morning, a cat is in a tree, and you respond to that. You would obviously walk with a ladder. All right? Or wrong?
You're right.
You walk with a ladder. All right? And probably perhaps some rope. Equip yourself, because you know what you're going for. These Coast Guards were called out on a report where there was an accident on an oil platform. An accident on an oil platform, so you know what you're going to face. But when they got there, one report coming out of the Paria company and the minister is saying that the Coast Guard indicated that it was too risky to go into that situation. Of course, it would be too risky if you walk with with snorkels. That's all they had. That's what they walked with. That's what they came with. Riding the waves. In comes the Coast Guard with snorkels. Right? To a rescue mission where people are trapped down in a 5 6 feet below water. Right? But you know what they had on them for sure? Big guns. Big guns. The guns that they're using to drive people away from the site and the scene. And I also understand that while persons in Trinidad had attempted to use drones to get footage from the sky, those drones was brought down. Right? Those drones were brought down by some sort of technology. A person asked me this evening if perhaps they would have shut down the drones. I said, no, that's impossible. Because we had an incident here where the Coast Guard tried to shoot off a boat engine and they missed the entire engine and shoot the people on board. Right? So it's impossible. The Coast Guard can't shoot like that. They
had to have some kind of electronic jamming device.
Right? So they had to have some, yes, electronic jamming. So they are fully equipped. They are fully equipped to subdue the people of Trinidad and Tobago. But they're not fully equipped to rescue the people of Trinidad and Tobago. What a shame. What a shame.
Who ministry it is? Hines.
Well, like I was saying before, I don't know if you heard before you came on, I was asking the question why we didn't have certain resources in place based on the length of time we've been in this oil business and this type of work being done. Why with all the money we spend on national security, why the Coast Guard don't have many subs on their vessel and trained to respond? Why did the Coast Guard not take over the operation in the rescue operation? I also heard about the diver who rescued the one guy being prevented from going back down. I want to know why wasn't he supported, since he was very skilled in what he was doing and knowledgeable. I also have some more questions. At what stage in the game was the Prime Minister notified? At what time period? At what time period was the National Security notified? What time period was the Minister of Energy notified? These key players, I would like to know.
Rest assured, all that information is going to come out of the investigation.
Yeah.
And it's some very, very salient points that you're making and raising at this point in time. And why it is has the family not seen the face of an official government minister coming to them, standing with them, spending time with them? I mean, that's the least you would have expected happening.
Well, I'm Brother Abdullah. I if I was the Minister of National Security, or I would have been on the scene, I'd have been dictating and bringing all the resources to assist.
Gary, why is you always trying to train this man and get this man knowledge? He does not care about. He didn't go to the people in the Betham. He does not care.
Diana, I'm trying to help my people.
You're trying to help out your people, but the person that is in charge, when he could get on the media and say, what? My job is not to keep the people of Trinidad and Tobago safe, and you're the Minister of National Security. He does not care. What you trying to train him for? Like Ansem say, he's an abysmal failure.
Gary.
Yeah, I'm listening.
If you put lipstick on a pig, what is it?
Yeah, I know what that story.
Okay.
But you're trying to train. He doesn't care. He cares not. Your constituents are drinking feces water, walking in feces, inhaling feces. And have you been there yet? He does not care. So what you trying to train him for?
But I heard a little story that he was in the Betham on Saturday when nobody could find him.
Let me get sidetracked.
But anyway, so Brother Abdullah, this is what my concerns are.
Gary, hold 1 minute. Hold 1 minute. Brother Abdullah, someone asked the question, have they found the 4 divers yet?
Up until 4 o'clock this afternoon, because we have been keeping abreast of that very meticulously. Up until 4 o'clock this evening, there has been no discovery of the fourth body, even though there was some reports circulating that there was a discovery. No, that was not true. Up until 4 o'clock this evening, there was the body was still. That could have changed from then to now because we would have been engaged in some other activities, and I didn't get a chance to follow up as yet. But I would do so, and as soon as I get that information, I will share that with the relevant persons.
So, go ahead, Gary.
So what I'm saying is, like, what we see here in the States is that the federal government will take over an operation like this, and all local agencies will have to fall in line. So what I saw that failed to take place here is, say, for instance, well, the Minister of Energy, if he was notified first, he was the former Minister of National Security, so he knows the routine of how things should be done, and he has access to those resources.
So the former Minister of everything.
Yeah, Minister of everything. Well, no, he's Minister of everything, but former Minister of National Security. So anyway, he had access because he's minister in the Prime Minister office too.
Mm-hmm.
So he had access to control and request any resources that he needed to drag on board there. Why didn't he go there, set up camp, and bring everybody on board that needed to be brought on board? And the decision could have been made to let the guy who said he can do the job go back in. You know, I'm saying that we lack the resources to tap in that line and send an oxygen line while they're trying to get to them. You know, you could have tap a hole into the line and send some, you know, an oxygen line into.
There was a number of options that was available to them. A number of options.
And why? I also have a question that we need answered. Is that why did they shut the valve?
They chose the one option that would have been sure to kill all of them.
They seem to move swiftly to cover up what they was doing there. That is what I see. And you brought up an interesting point.
Why the attempt to cover up? Yeah. Imagine last night we were waiting on Mustaq Mohammed to come and meet with the family. He said he sent a message that he would come in 15 minutes. While we were there at the gates, the police vehicle that was there, the senior officer got a message on his phone, immediately went in his vehicle, summoned the other officers, and they drove off in the direction of Augustus Long Hospital, only to learn that sometime after, a video footage was taken with a heavy entourage, heavy security detail, with TTPS and the Defense Force protecting Mustaq and escorting him out of the compound. That is the level of disrespect that the families would have met and continuously met. All right, and we're not going to forgive this government. We're not going to forgive the ministers that were responsible to respond to these families. We're not going to forgive any one of you. We're not going to forgive you because you should have turned up there. You should have come. You should have shown your face. You should have come and hugged those families.
Well, he should have showed up, not just hug the families. We wanted them to show up there and take control of the situation, bring the resources to effectively respond to the situation. The investigation, yes, we need that now. But this is not what I was looking for. And I'm sure the rest of you guys were looking for that too. We were looking for an effective response in the rescue of these people. This is what we want. And time again, I have seen where the Coast Guard fell down on the job, ill-equipped, maybe on train to respond. And it's happened too many times. It's happening again and again and again. And this is totally unacceptable to me.
You know, there are persons who are very skillful in putting these little, clips and for TikTok, platforms and the memes and what have you and so on. I'm glad to employ somebody to look at the national disasters in other countries, similar to ours, like the men who were shot in the coal mine, the girl in Afghanistan, similar instances like that, and just take a photograph, a still photograph of the area in which the search was being done, and ensure that you get the Prime Minister of the country in there and other state officials in there, and also see if you get a picture of similar incident here in Trinidad and Tobago. And you can easily play this game on Sesame Street, which one does not belong. And you easily be able to pick out Trinidad and Tobago. And that's such a shameful. It's so shameful. I mean, I'm sitting here glad to have been taken out of Trinidad for a moment, you know, in the New York atmosphere. And I am still ashamed because I live in a country where our leaders do not care for us. And they show no remorse when they're told that. None whatsoever.
Brother Abdullah, this is Nesbitt. The reason why these leaders and persons in authority behave this way is because they believe there'll be no consequences, first to begin, and secondly, they know that in 9 days it will be all forgotten by us and we'll go right back to business as usual.
Well, they're wrong this time around.
Well, you have to prove
they're wrong this time around. There ain't going to be no 9-day wonder. It's going to be a 9-year worry. That's what it's going to be. 9 years of worry. All right, let them go ahead. Let them feel again.
At some point, it's going to have to change. And if this is the straw that's going to break the camel back, so be it.
Yes, that's what I said.
That's what I say. Shut it down. Shut it down and bring them to their knees. 1 million people, verse 23 and 18. Shut it down and make them do what you expected of them to do. Shut it down. It ain't working right. Shut it down. Nah, can't go on this way. We've had enough.
I don't believe it. I can accept that we fought for independence from England to get our own king and queen. So I got that message from Mrs. Bisesa and Dr. Rowley. Okay, that we don't want a king and queen in Trinidad and Tobago. Okay, we need people on the ground, fully engaged in the issues of our people. We don't need a king and queen. And anybody want to be king and queen, take the high road. And that goes to Mrs. Bisesa and Dr. Rowley too. Because I find that these people are on a throne. It's totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. Our people were stranded outside the country here. And night and day, somebody could WhatsApp me or call me. Whether I'm at a job on the road with my wife and kids, in the supermarket, lie down in the bed next to my wife, taking message and phone call. Right? I was always available. Not one of the consulate general or the ambassadors from here to the UK or any surrounding country was available like I was available to help our people get home. In getting the exemption, responding to the issues, dragging Diana and Answer Minute too. You know, and a lot of other people always available, responding to them. Everybody, I have more than 500 people could testify to that.
But Gary, when I call the Prime Minister office, your friend will say I'm obnoxious. So when you stand up in Trinidad and Tobago, unfortunately, I have a in-your-face kind of attitude. You know, don't come and mama guy me, the Bajan girl, because it ain't working. I can tell her, hello, that ain't songing too good. That ain't gonna mix and make cuckoo. That ain't working. Right? I have a in-your-face kind of attitude. Fix it now. And then we can proceed. But don't come and mama guy me with some, The people need, you know, I was told I was obnoxious because I was demanding a truck to go to the beach. How I get obnoxious with water, with fresh water? I'm obnoxious? Okay, well then I'm going to wear that title too. And I'm a UNC dog because I help stranded people. All right, I'm going to wear that title too, but don't let me bite nobody, because no vaccine ain't going to save you. Right? And this is how come I, the Bajan girl, could stand up and say, hey, enough is enough. Why the million of them can't come and say the same thing too? Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Get the country fixed.
I'm not interested in any platform speech,
Me
fancy
neither.
speech, you know. I want them to get down there when the situation is ongoing.
Enough is enough.
Get there as quick as possible and drag the resources in to help. You are the commander-in-chief of the country. Get down there. Mrs. Bisesa should have find herself there too. All right? This is the way I feel about it.
Brother Abdullah, I hope that this investigation doesn't go the same way of Nikon Energy, because back in April there was an explosion at Nikon Energy, and I am not sure if there has been a final report that's been laid regarding that explosion at Nikon Energy, because Nikon Energy is also a state-owned company as well. So it just seems that a lot of necromancy seem to be happening in Trinidad and Tobago in the last 7 years. I don't know. It just seemed like that to me. So we are hoping that with what happened here, at least in the Nikon explosion, I don't think anyone died. I don't think anyone died in that explosion. But in this one here that we just happened recently, 4 individuals lost their lives. So it just seems that, since Gary Sobers went over to the Ministry of Energy, a lot of things happening at the Ministry under the Ministry of Energy. A lot of things happened when he was under Minister of National Security.
Hello. Why are you insulting Gary Sobers? That's a bitch, and I don't like that.
I would tell you now that I spoke with a lady last night, a young lady last night, and persons are still suffering as a result of that explosion, and there has been no positive response from the state agencies, no assistance whatever to the people, no report, nothing of the sort. And what the Minister of Energy has indicated to this country is that the very same thing is going to happen if we allow him to go forward with this team of investigators to investigate this matter. We're not going to allow it. All right, that's not going to happen. We're going to try our best to ensure that this government is held accountable, or persons are held accountable for whatever wrong they would have done. And there are many methods. You always hear people say there are million ways to kill a cat. Let's just hope that we choose to kill this cat. It does not involve, violence, and it does not involve mayhem. Because if that's what you're asking for, you're working every possible angle to get it. And I'm sending this message to this government. I want them to understand, if they stop now, they can save themselves and save an entire nation. If they continue, they're going to destroy themselves, and the nation is going to save themselves.
Brother Umar, someone asked a question. Where was the ODPM?
Nothing from the ODPM. The OSHA, we have heard nothing from OSHA as well. I would have spoken to OSHA experts. I would have brought him on a live together with myself. It was yesterday or the day before yesterday, I can't remember. And he himself was asking some very salient questions, and requesting government to answer to the charge, because this person was an ex-inspector at OSHA. So he knows what he's talking about. And he has questioned every single decision that this company has made from the time inception that those men went down in the water. So I don't know. I don't think there's any escape from this. And all that they're doing and trying to pull a hood over the eyes of persons and so on, I don't think there's no escape. And I want to make a point here. Something just came to my mind. When the Minister of Energy gave that press conference, he had a chart with him, and that chart had a diagram, and that diagram was, yes, a complete view. But I want to inform everyone that that diagram was not the diagram that existed when the man went down in the water. No, it wasn't. That upright pipe that you see in the diagram on your left, that was not in place when the men went in the water. That piece of pipe that was placed there after that rise, that structure that you see there on the left was placed there after, and it had the contractor had to put in that there after the accident because it's the only way you can get the clear the entire pipe of whatever water or crude that was there in the pipe and so on. You're going to be able to pump it out and clean the line, right? So the hut was putting that structure there. So when the minister of energy came with and that response, he should have had 2 diagrams, not just one, 2 diagrams. And this is how these government ministers put a spin.
So that piece coming upwards was removed in order for the guys to get into the pipe?
No, it wasn't there. That was fabricated at a different location. What the guys was actually working on was actually in layman's term a sort of a piece of construction that would have allowed the connection of that pipe. All right, if you want to say it's something like a color or something like that.
Right.
Yes. So that pipe would have actually attached to that structure.
So they were working on the color part of it.
Right.
Yeah.
So that is what they were working on. So that column was not there. That pipe, that piece of pipe, that upright piece of pipe.
So they were able to attach that piece of pipe so quickly after that?
After the incident, yes, because everything was already in place to do it.
Okay.
All right.
So then they locked them inside there basically, with that being attached there.
No, no. They were not locked inside of there because they still had access to go in, right? Which is what the divers wanted to do, to go into the pipe and actually get them out, right? But the company kept refusing the opportunity to allow that to happen, and they continuously said that it was an unsafe situation. When they were asked how unsafe it was, they said they had no idea how unsafe it was, but yet you knew it was safe enough in the first place to send those guys down there. So if it was safe in the beginning, how come all of a sudden it's unsafe?
So which platform did that valve turn on that caused the suction? You have any idea?
Well, that is what we know.
Because there's 2 platforms, they are 1,200 feet apart, right?
We're not too sure whether it was a valve. It could have very well been because of the deterioration of the pipe itself. It could have collapsed and caused the vortex to happen.
Oh, okay.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. When I spoke to the expert today, he said that it is scientifically all how he's thinking about it based on the information that he would have gotten from the contractors. It's impossible for that accident to take place.
So something else other than went down there that we are not being told.
Yes.
So Brother Abdullah, I just want to clarify something, right? Are we indicating that during the time that the men were down there, some other divers went back down and attached the pipe, that pipe on the left that the Minister of National Security showed that you said was not there before?
Yeah, that was attached after the accident. So that alone is poking doubts in what the Minister of Energy brought to the nation. That alone, this piece of information I'm giving, right? The company LMSC installed that after the accident, and it had to be installed because they would not have been able to flush that pipe out because water would have been continuously going into that pipe.
Right. Because do we know if that pipe was installed the Saturday, the Sunday, the Monday? Because Friday the incident happened, right? Do we know when that pipe was installed? If it was installed the Saturday?
I did not probe into getting those details, but okay. I can easily get that detail and I can share it.
That would be good to know
if you could get a copy of that diagram and bring it to us if you come back on the show, we'll try to get you back here.
Yeah. Well, I'll try to put my hand on that.
Right.
Yeah.
What would be good to know, Brother Abdullah, is that if divers went down after they said it was unsafe, in order for them to attach that pipe, then something absolutely wrong. Right? Because if divers went down after the accident to attach that pipe, then something is absolutely wrong, because Parry was saying it's unsafe for them to go back down there. Right?
Yeah.
So if they send someone back down, unbeknownst to anyone else, in order to attach that pipe, then something is actually wrong.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, definitely.
Yeah,
but we have been
that's
also
fantastic.
we have been also given information that the persons who were attached to not the rescue but the recovery mission, as the company would have labeled it, they were searched thoroughly and was told to leave their cell phone devices, recording devices, in their vehicles. So they were not allowed any recording devices or cell phones or anything of the sort on the platform while they were trying to recover those bodies and so on. That also raises some red flags. So what does the company has to hide? Why are they adopting these measures and so on? I have here before me for those persons who were asking the questions, and it was asked if OSHA would have gotten a report of the incident. And when the question was asked, we were making attempts to call OSHA to actually lodge the report of the incident. And I see a report here dated 1st of March 2022. It's a release from OSHA indicating that it's headlined "Investigation of Fatal Accident at Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited at approximately 4 p.m. on Friday, 25th February 2022. The OSH agency received notification from Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited of an incident in which 5 divers employed by the contractor LMCS became trapped inside one of the company's pipelines while performing maintenance works. The accident resulted in 4 fatalities. The agency immediately responded to the report and was led by its chief inspector, who attended the scene of the accident immediately upon notification. The agency has already initiated its own investigation into this accident in the context of the duties and requirements of the Occupational Safety and Health Act, Chapter 8808, and to seek to determine the cause. OSHA extends its sincere condolences to the families and loved ones of the deceased and remains committed to fostering the protection of the safety and health of all persons in workplaces in Trinidad and Tobago and compliance with the OSH Act. Now, a question I've asked, why was OSHA not on site before this operation went into effect? Because OSHA is responsible for ensuring that within the industry, the work environment is in fact safe. All checks and balances had to have been observed, and the safety officer also should have been there. And being that this pipeline was down for over 20 years.
Well, there should be some kind of approval for the proposed plan of action. I mean, that has to get some kind of a certified approval before they can proceed to do that job, right?
Exactly.
It's not like you're on land and you go and squat somewhere and throw up anything you want and then block any drain you want. So, I mean, I hope that this will be done better than from Tongan country, where it should be some certified approval before they can proceed with the operation. So maybe you can get some answers to us why they did not. Where is the certification for this job and things like that.
Well, rest assured, we are actually demanding answers to these questions, and as soon as those answers come to be,
we will check back with you, during the week and see what update you have.
So, Brother Abdullah, before you go, right? Do you think that we are going to see anyone suffering any consequences for this unfortunate death of these 4 divers?
I'm hopeful that that is going to happen, yes. And I'm not just talking about company officials here. I'm talking about government officials as well. And until the day comes in Trinidad and Tobago where government officials are personally held liable in the capacity as a minister and in capacity in their own personal capacity as well, then and only then I will see the light at the end of the tunnel for this nation of ours. And until that does not happen, we are a long way from that.
So here is a question before you go. It said, Mr. Umar, what was the diver's assignment? Was it to add on that same pipe that's installed now, or was it to patch up work, if you know?
But it was to bring that entire structure into operational use. All right, so whatever needed to be done, like I would have spoken to the head of the company, and he said that there is still work to be done before that pipe is commissioned. And right now, they have refused to allow the company to do any more work on the structure. They're bringing in other persons, but he already has all the original specs, measurements, and what have you, and so on. And he's not parting with any of it. He's not parting with any of it. So there is some sort of a fallout between the contractor and Paria at this point in time, and the contractor is holding his ground, and he's demanding answers as well. And we're not too sure what type of contractual arrangements that they would have had. We're still trying to get that information. I did speak with an attorney, a maritime attorney, who's very well versed in these matters and so on. And we are at present trying to engage the employment of this attorney to represent the families, together with the assistance of other attorneys in this matter. So that too, you would see some information coming there in the not too distant future going forward.
So, Brother Abdullah, we just want you to stay with us for another minute or so. We have one or two other questions. We're going to go for a quick station identification, and then we're going to wrap up. Of course, it's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. And we have with us tonight the leader of the First Wave Movement, Brother Umar Abdullah, live and direct out of TNT. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. It's in the village of the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. But Abdullah, two last questions. Do you believe the government has to take any blame for this situation? And secondly, prior to Paria, when there was Petrotrin, have any sort of similar incident happened where any divers have lost their lives, if you know?
Answer to the first question, yes. In our view, government is to be held culpable in this matter as well. That's why we have indicated that the government is also a subject of this investigation. And we hope that good sense will prevail, and that team that Stuart Young would have selected would be banished, and a fresh team will be chosen, independent of government, and for this investigation to go forward. And the answer to the second question, could you ask that question again?
Have there been any similar situation happen under Petrotrin where any divers have lost their lives?
Well, there were other instances where persons would have lost their lives. If you could remember, 35 or 37 years ago, that explosion on the platform out at sea that took the lives of a number of persons. One of those persons was the grandfather of the person who is in that, one of the persons who was trapped in that pipe earlier. All right, so there is and has been a history of accidents in Petrotrin, some of which were swept under the carpet, some of which was not reported. The company kept a tight lip on a number of these instances, like the one at Metanex, where Mustaq Mohammed was the operations manager and the diver died under his watch, where there were two other contracting firms, doing work for that company, and that was not reported. That was an inside investigation, and the outcome of that investigation is not known. So I guess they overlooked the outcome of that investigation, or it went in favor of Mustaq Mohammed because he was able to get work in Paria. He was also employed in BP. All right. So he has a colorful history of, meddling in the industry. In spite of the fact that perhaps he has no relevant training to hold the position that he has, because if he had a relevant training, I don't think there would have been two cases in which his leadership is going to be questioned now as a result of an incident involving the death of divers. So there you have it.
So, brother Umar Abdullah, we want to thank you so much for taking the time and being so patient with us and giving us more of your time. We continue to look out to see the things happening, and when things happen, we call on you to come in and give us an update of activities all across Trinidad and Tobago. And I know your organization, the First Wave Movement, have been a wave across Trinidad and Tobago now, and you guys are always now in the news. It's like a wave that's been over Trinidad and Tobago, and we want you guys to continue to doing the good work. And any closing words before you go?
Well, I pray that Almighty God will intervene in this matter and bring closure to families that has suffered for such a long time. I hope and pray that Almighty God is going to bring calmness and soothe their hearts and inform them of the great news that there is a reason why their loved ones would have lost their lives in this manner. And it is for the betterment of this country. And those persons who we class as heroes today are going to uncover all the truths and all the mishaps and all the backdoor deals and everything. That's how I'm seeing this happening, and I hope the family is going to find solace in that, and they're going to get the strength, have the strength to continue pushing on, demanding justice for their loved ones. And
just before you go, Brother Abdullah, what is your message to the government of Trinidad and Tobago regarding this tragedy? What's your message to them?
Well, I'm calling immediately on this government to scrap that investigative team and to employ an independent team to investigate this matter. We want government to come full circle with the family members and afford every single assistance and help that they can lend in this matter. And we also want government to recognize that they have to be accountable for every single thing that takes place in this country, whether it's state, whether it's out of state, whatever, it does not matter. Once it happens in Trinidad and Tobago, you need to be there, you need to be present. Your presence must be felt. And You need to listen to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. They're crying out and they're asking, and they're not asking, they're telling you how you should run this country. Because we have put you there. We're your bosses. You are the employee. We are the employers. We pay your salaries. And you need to listen to us. And when we advise you, you need to take that advice. When we instruct you, you need to take that instruction. And when we order you, you need to follow orders. And that is what I have to say.
Brother Abdullah, I want to thank you so very kindly for joining us. It's always a pleasure. And we want to say thank you and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you for having
Okay,
me.
also, I would like you to extend our condolences to the family and let them know that we are thinking about them.
I'll do that definitely.
Thank you, Brother Abdullah.
Okay.
Thank you,
so
Brother Abdullah.
Thank you, sister.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Right.
take
And anytime you feel to vent like that, I'll personally come and pick you up at the airport.
Oh, now, Brother Abdullah, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me.
All right.
But in the meantime, we'll be fine from long distance.
That's right.
All right.
Take care.
Okay.
Good night. Hey, Aslam.
Yeah.
Did my other guest get backstage yet?
Yeah, he's there.
Oh, we have another guest? Who that, Buddy Boy?
Yeah, he gone though.
It's a surprise.
He
Tommy?
was just there.
Tommy?
I know
Yes.
I know Darren Shepherd. I know.
Oh, you know Sheppy?
Yeah, I know very well.
Who's he,
Very
boy?
well. I don't think he knows I'm on the program, but I think I know him very well. While he come back, let me read some quick notes from in the chat here. Ellis, welcome. Miss Coover, welcome. Eugene Julian say he late getting in. Chris Watson says, so we all could say this now. Paria is running an unsafe plant that is not up to required protocols and undated. Well, they was trying to fix a pipe, you know what I mean?
And
Thomas, welcome.
That place wasn't maintained for 20 years. And the Speaker of the House, she husband, you see?
Zai, welcome. Let me bring in Darren Shepherd. Darren.
Hi, good night.
Hey, Sheppy.
Welcome to In the Village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, hanging in there.
So Darren, I know you remember me, right?
I lost you just a bit there just now.
Oh, okay. All right, we get to that. So Darren, what is you current? Are you still part of Pan Trinbago or not?
Fortunately for me, I'm not.
What do you mean by fortunately for you?
Because then I'd have been spending the last month or so answering a whole lot of questions where this event that just took place is concerned.
Now, what band are you with? What band are you with?
I'm the managing director and arranger for NLCB Fonclair.
What? Fonclair is a real good band, boy. Yeah. How did you guys do it? I didn't get a chance to look at the last panorama. Well, I don't know if it's last panorama or the pan syncope, or what they call it. What was it called again?
You see, you can't even figure out the name. Pan in the Sand Coach, that was one of the names that was used. And the one on Saturday was Steel Pan Showdown. Pan Showdown.
Okay. All right. So tell us why you think that you didn't think that thing went as well as they should be, right? Is that accurate?
It was a logistical nightmare, mad with poor decisions and even worse communication. But fortunately, as I told someone today, good artists make bad promoters look good.
Well, most people say the pan stuff was real good, you know.
Because the bands who haven't performed for 2 years did what they're supposed to do to represent themselves to the highest possible standard that they could put out given the dynamics of a pandemic. I could tell you for our band, we spent almost $60,000 to get there. And we have received not a cent yet, and not even fully aware as to when we would be paid. So bands are out of pocket.
So Darren, all the bands received a stipend from the NCC to play?
All the bands will receive an appearance fee, but nobody got any advance money as we would normally do to help you mobilize.
So
were you given?
Go ahead, Tommy.
Were you given a time frame as to when you will be paid?
No, sir. No.
But Darren.
Yes.
We, as you know some of my feelings about the pan movement. I have been always one who was against the way things were traditionally done with the panorama movement, and believe that it should be just a show, because as you know, that I believe amateur night is for the competition, and once you become a professional, you should be allowed to display your goods or your wares and be compensated adequately. What do you think about the way this movement or this new dispensation is handling the promotion of the steel band movement?
Wow, that's a long answer to a really difficult question. Now, I hear what you're saying about professionalism and not competing, and music is different from sporting activities, because someone will tell you to be a professional basketball player or boxer, etc., you have to participate in competitive sports. But Panchinbego's issue, and I don't like to talk about Panchinbego too much because my views are very different from the other prevailing views, which is, and I'm seen a little bit as a troublemaker. But Panchinbego, which is the governing body for steel band, have one major question that they need to answer to make themselves more relevant. Are we a union representing the interests of PAN, or are we a promoter? When you answer that question and have a clear definition of what the role of Panchinbego should be, then that starts to fix the problems immediately. Because Panchinbego operates as a promoter and an organization representing PAN in its own events and competition. And that's why many times during the carnival season you hear a band takes the organization to court, because that's the only way you can get a judgment, because Panchinbego no longer represents you in the competition. They are the promoters of the competition. So therein lies one of the fundamental problems with the organization.
But Darren, outside of Pan season, how does Panchinbego, the organization, help the steel band raise money or make money?
Well, I never thought it's the organization's responsibility to raise money. Each band has,
not to raise money, but to help steel band put on events where they can make some money outside of Panorama or Carnival season.
Well, that's the other thing. There's this notion that steel bands can attract audiences to make money outside of Panorama. And that's not quite accurate, because the level of respect required is not there in the citizenry of Trinidad and Tobago. You would put on a steel band event, and most of the times it's just free. And you will have two DJ down the road, and you, the panists, playing for one another, and everybody down the road. That is the unfortunate reality. And part of the problem with PAN is because it's a community-based thing on a large scale. A man could go down to your panel and sit down by the road and listen to you practice every night. What makes him want to pay $250 to come and see you in a concert? He feels that the jersey must be free that they're giving him, and everything must be free because you're a part of the community. And I've been grappling with that because resources are limited, and everybody feel that the band played the other day in a smaller show with a smaller budget, but everybody wants to get a t-shirt. And if you ask that person to pay at least the cost price for the t-shirt, that the band doesn't end up in debt, they're not even willing to do that.
Okay.
So, go ahead, Tommy.
Okay, well, you know, music, that's the product that the bands produce. And music is a business, as we know out here in the first world. And there is a formula to market it and to monetize it that can be followed and has been followed and has been developed. Why is it that Trinbago or some other agency hasn't taken the bull by the horn when it comes to the business of music and making the music more profitable for the players? Because we have some very good craftsmen when it comes to the pan movement in Trinidad and Tobago that deserve more than they are getting and should be marketed across the world. What is holding us back?
Panorama.
Why you say that? Why you say Panorama?
Because I've been in it outside and I've been in it inside. And the number one priority for a steel band is to have a good showing in Panorama. Now, let's be real, right? 80% of the steel band movement do not even exist outside of Panorama. 80%, right? And then from a sponsorship standpoint, only the bands in the large category, probably about 15 out of the 17 have sponsors. And even in that 15, you have sponsorship and you have an assistance. Steel bands are really expensive entities to manage. When you're talking about 150, 120, and some of those bands in Port of Spain have 150 players, you, the band leader, have to ensure that they have instruments for everybody. You pay them for their uniforms, you feed them when the night comes, you give them passage to go home, you pay for your trucks, you pay for everything. And the returns on that is, if you break even, you're lucky. Unless you have $1 million sponsorships like some of the big bands in Port of Spain. And let me face it, right? It's not Panorama, it's Sponsorama. Because who have more corn will feed more fowl. At the end of the day, I presented a proposal to the singer pan category one time when I was at Trinbago. And I said, the singer pan bands are the most marketable for cruise ships and fairs around the world. And I put out the idea, listen, 5-piece groups, singer pan, easy to carry. The whole band could fit on the plane. You have a bass guitarist and a vocalist. I did this for 3 years. In London, Ontario, they had a huge fair, like a county fair. And we played there on stage. And at the end of the performance, to close the park, we'd pick up our instruments, one man with a single guitar, one man with a duduk, a kettle drum, and the vocalist, and we went around the park and gave everybody a jump. A conventional steel band cannot do that. And then you're talking about 6 bass and 4 cellos and all these elaborate drums. You cannot market, you cannot transport that easily. It's not as attractive. So I presented that to them, and you know what was their question to me? So next year, Panorama, the government paying $1,000 or $500?
You see, and I, as you know, I always believe that the sizes of the bands needed to come down in order to make it more marketable, for the same reason that it's easier to transport a 12-piece band than a 100-piece band. And not only that, it's easier to record, and you get better recording from a smaller band than from a large band, because you can now manage the recording much better, as we have demonstrated in some of the work we did together, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Why is that so difficult for them to understand?
Listen, this thing is embedded in people's DNA. And you will go into the Panorama knowingly that you are going to lose. And I know people who mortgage their homes, sell their cars in order to pay for a band to go to Panorama. Panorama has served its purpose. It creates a high level of competitivity and creativity and
development.
And if you look at the impact a band taking part in Panorama have on the community, it's significant, because people come out and they sell their stuff, etc., etc. Right by Fontclair, we hire members of the community to paint the racks, to load the pans, etc., etc. A man making $250 a day in the panyard, and it is much more profitable for him to come and work in the panyard for a week at $250 a day than for him to wait for $1,000 from Trinbago.
No, but let's go past waiting for $1,000 from Trinbago and saying that we put emphasis on developing recordings, steel band recordings, and we were to even see
who was the best steel band recordings ever. In your opinion, which steel band practitioner has the best quality steel band recordings?
Bugsy Sharp.
Bugsy Sharp is one of the least recorded steel band artists. A gentleman by the name of Andy Narell.
Correct.
If you listen to the quality of his recordings, and that man came here to arrange for Panorama, because that's every arranger's dream. It's a dream to be able to have banks of instruments that you could orchestrate for. I mean, it's like going to Disney World, where all kind of futuristic and fancy things that you have in your head, you can lay down that music with a large orchestra. That's one of the most powerful experiences you can experience. But even when he came here, nobody saw it fit to say, Andy, could you do a 3-day workshop on how you record your instruments? How do they sound so clean and clear and crisp? What type of instruments you use? What type of stick do you use? How do you mic it? What mic do you use? You can mic it from on top, you mic it from below. Are you looking for the ambient song, or are you looking for a direct song from the instrument? Nothing. So that's why we stuck. Because the people who out there are exposed to the technology and could bring that, the first thing you say, is he not from here? He shouldn't be even arranging for the Panorama.
But yet he makes more money than all the practitioners who from here.
Put together, not just all put together.
using their instrument?
Well, if we busy thinking about this 2-month period alone, the rest of the world exists outside of those 2 months.
Right.
And in our management structure and our philosophy for fund play is that Panorama is just another event we participate in for the year. So we have a concert coming up in the next 18 days. And in our Panyard right now, we have a lotto booth and a gift shop operating. We have a bar that we're going to open very soon. And we are looking to purchase property in our community to advance, to put a small grocery. We want to do a car wash and get people employed, but also create revenue that we can maintain our players. We are presently working on something called the Fund Club Membership Benefit Plan, where with your Fund Club membership card, wherever in the world you are, you can access our website and purchase our memorabilia at reduced cost. We also have partnerships with a number of businesses to provide discounts for card holders, pharmacy, optometrist, dentist, bookstore, tire shop, hardware. We have business coming on board. So you provide more benefits for your members than just they coming and playing pan and getting a one-time fee for the Panorama. If you're not adding value to the people that is involved, then everything becomes squarely about money. And a Panorama cannot pay a player anything close to what he deserves for the commitment that he gives for that 2 months period.
So Darren, here's a question, right? Someone in the chat asked, my question, do you think Beverly Ramsey did a good job, better job than the last person who had Pan Trinbago in a lot of debt?
Well, you see, and I was hoping not to be faced with these type of questions, right? Because everybody's painted with a broad brush from that last executive, of which I was one, right? But people tell you the fish was rotten from the head, etc. I hear what I see. I say the leadership of the organization is a representation of the membership. And if the membership functions in a certain way in their own organizations, then the cream of the crop in those bands will rise to the top of the organization, and then you will get what you get. I mean, there's a talk going around about, we was in a pandemic and not much could be done, etc., etc. Pan Trinbago has one of the worst constitutions in the world. If you take that time in the pandemic where it was done and reform the constitution and make the organization more transparent and more accountable and more creative in direction, then the PAN movement would have been in a far better position today. But all we do is try to replicate what is a Panorama in a pandemic. Nothing innovative, nothing transformational took place. And from a financial standpoint, I don't think anybody really understands how to run Pan Trinbago efficiently out of all the executives. Because we're stuck in the same place. The end result is the same. We broke and we have no means for economic development. So there was a fund that was going on in the heart of the pandemic, and they call it the Prosperity Fund. So when you hear prosperity, you think about wealth creation, not so?
Mm-hmm.
But the Prosperity Fund was to put on telethons to raise money to buy hampers for people. That's a social relief fund. A prosperity fund means that you're taking money and you invest in it to reinvest in the movement to create wealth. But that is not what took place. So the whole thinking is skewed towards creating handouts as opposed to empowering bands to generate their own wealth within their community. Steel bands should be economic engines in the community that they existed, and that is not the case.
So, Darren, how come Pantry and Bagel have been in existence for all these years and they don't have their own place? They don't have their own place to call their home.
Well, you see, that's the next misconception where poor communication would have allowed this narrative to take root in everybody's hearts and minds till they think that Pantry and Bagel squandered the money to all the administration's defense. That property in Trinity, and I was on a committee that was put together to try to monetize that property. That property in Trinity was never, the funding was never given directly to Pantry and Bagel to build that building. The money and the project was administered by the then Culture Minister, Doniel Williams, within the Culture Ministry. Then administration changed, and then it ended up in the hands of UDCOT. And it was never a priority, and the property is still vested in UDCOT. So Pantry and Bagel could go with how much rubber boots and brushing cutlass and cut down wherever they want to cut down. If UDCOT doesn't stay, let's move. It's not happening. Because the property is vested in UDCOT. So there's nothing Pantry and Bagel could do except shine a light on what the reality is. But somehow, the narrative that all the money get thief and Pantry and Bagel ain't do nothing for all these years, and they had the building there with jet and snake and thing in it, that is one situation that Pantry and Bagel was not directly responsible for.
But Darren, why hasn't Pantry and Bagel been proactive with UDCOT in order to let them know that, okay, give us the lease for the land, give us a 100-year lease for the land, $1 a year, and let us go and try to see how we could get financing to complete the building or to demolish the building and start over?
Well, I don't want to be politically as in government political, but every government has its own agenda, right? And the reality is when the yellow people in power, culture tends to get more, because they don't want to look like if they're discriminating, right? So it's Basdeo Pandey who would have given the steel band movement that parcel of land. And that is the reality. And I heard
they own the land then. They own the land. They own the land then.
Correct.
So if they own the land, I mean, at least to me, it have all them, at least 100 steel bands in Trinidad, right?
More than that.
All right. So if you get
300 and something.
Right. So if you get 2 per meat steel band, or they could go one day and cut down all the grass, or do like a CPEP young.
Well, they did that, but the grass grow back because they cannot do nothing on the property, because although it was given to Pantry and Bagel, it is vested in a state entity called UDCOT. It is tied up legally.
Well, Darren, I'm saying that the leadership of Pantry and Bagel is left wanting. If they don't take the initiative to finally make that building owned by Pantry and Bagel.
Boy, that's easier said than done, yes.
No, but all these, every time I come down Trinidad and I pass that building, I just get vexed. And I never play pan in my life.
Right. And then you say this pan shouldn't be a go boy. But if the thing is set up in a way to not allow you to flourish, but allow you to conduct business based on the directives of a particular administration, we in the Caribbean or most third world countries, when our government change, policies change. What is Tom priority is not John priority.
But Darren,
so that goes to the back burner.
When was that building? When was that building started? Under Pandey, right?
Pandey gave them the land, and I would have played with Fontclair for that ceremony. And an interesting piece of dialogue. One of the past presidents mentioned to me. They went to him to ask for money for some project, and they wanted to have an emphasis on young people, trying to get them involved in PAN. And Pandey asked them, how much millionaires it have in PAN? Nobody could answer. How much records are they selling PAN? Nobody could answer. Yeah, any PAN man driving BMW or Benz or anything like that? Nobody could answer. And then he said, well, how will they want to attract young people if they can't see success?
But Darren, on the same other side, if they have a lot of PAN players driving BMW and all kind, they would think they're thieving money.
No. Don't come with that. Don't come with that.
I mean, don't come with that.
Don't come with that. Don't come with that. He asked us, listen. No, you see the difference here again, Ansem?
What?
UNC give them the land. UNC give the school up in Laventil. UNC give the ground, the land for Kwame Ture.
You want to go political now, guys.
So what does that tell you?
But you want to make this entire UNC PNM thing?
No. But what I'm saying to you, because he said something there that caused me to say that. Now, what I'm saying to you here now is, what Mr. Pandey, what I'm picking up is Mr. Pandey was trying to share an idea to them to capitalize on their skill. That's what I see here. And this is what I've been saying all the time. You can't continue. Yeah, for instance, I've been suggesting that you privatize a lot of the carnival, right? So that you can benefit.
A previous president of PAN Trinbago, they said, was stealing money to buy a nice car.
I ain't going for the propaganda right now. I am talking about for the young people who put all this, or the people involved in this entertainment business is not benefiting financially, and they always have to beg for a donation here and a donation here. What I'm saying is that we need to change the structure of things so they can benefit financially, and I think that's the message Basi Pandey was trying to give also to Darren here.
Yeah, but make no mistake that those things are also political. So it gives one the ability to say, we give you that, not them. Not a genuine attempt to build an industry from the ground up that people could flourish.
So why is it also think that UNC gave that because they didn't want to look like they're racial, or they didn't like they're biased or anything like that? Wasn't it that they had a better objective in helping to?
I'm not so sure, because there was incidents where they would have promised a particular level of assistance for the international panorama and the last music festival that it had. And up to now, no money was paid for it. Okay, so they have all sinned and come short of the glory of God.
But what I'm saying to you, what I've been saying, me and Ansem has been discussing here, is that you guys have to be able to benefit financially, just like how the American rappers here does benefit, and they have their show. Your panyard, your content should be benefiting financially because for your skills, and the guys get paid and they don't get robbed. You know, so in order you have to privatize this thing in some way that the guys benefit for their skill and hard work.
Well, prioritize allocation. So, for example, I wouldn't call the band's name because I don't want to get in no trouble. And now I know who's the other gender, who's the answer I'm talking to. One steel band got a $30 million panyard built for them in their community. They left the community and now they're getting a $15 million panyard in the heart of Port of Spain. And I am tremendously happy for them that somebody saw it fit to spend $45 million on them. But take that $45 million and give each band $250,000 for panyard improvement. You hire the department to help you construct or improve their space. And each space now becomes a space that could be used for cultural and social events in our community. And people can now have showcases and concerts and functions, etc.
That you that you charge a price for and you gain a profit.
Wouldn't that serve the entire steel band movement better
than taking sides or being biased?
So you come now and you have this event that you admit that you don't have enough money for. And then you tell the bands, okay, you're preparing for this thing, but we have no money to give. And then you go in the media and say, look, nobody ain't got a cent yet. And look how much bands participated. You start off saying that you're not going to take your 10%. Punch and Bigo get 10% out of every band's earnings for any event that they have. You say you're not taking the 10%. But then Friday, before the competition Saturday, you say you're taking the 10%. Okay. Now you're taking 10% out of $250,000 from a band like ours that coming from the south. The bands in and around Port of Spain could roll to the savannah. So you're taking your 10% from 250,000, so 25,000 gone already. Right? Then we spending at least 20,000 in transport given the size of the band. But we in a deficit. We start off in a deficit because we borrowing money to prepare our instruments that been sitting, lying there collecting dust for 2 years. Our racks that hasn't been maintained for 2 years. You had to pay the tuner. You have people to give passage to go home and come back. You have to feed them. You have to get uniform, etc., etc. The competition finish, you ain't sure when you're going to get paid. But here what you do it. All the steel bands that took part, unless they are one of the 5 top bands with the top sponsorship levels that get $800 to $1 million for the carnival season, we in debt. So then now, you tell us who in debt that you're going to take 10% out of the money that we're going to get for payments. So all you're doing is transferring debt around because you're saying that 10%, you're going to use that to address the shortfall by not getting the money that you wanted to get from the ministry. So you moving the debt around, and at the end of the day is the steel bands, and then by extension the pan men who get less because we put out money in front, and then you're coming to take money from us on the back end. I can't see how that could be building the movement.
So what's the plans to change the structure that you guys benefit financially from this and not be suffering and begging for a donation here?
Well, I could talk for my band.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm just saying.
I can't talk for the rest of them.
No. I'm just saying for you, far as you is concerned. Well, what do you plan to do?
Well, we have a lotto booth in our panyard. We have a gift shop in our panyard. We are putting things in place to start construction after the 20th of March when our concert is over. We starting construction on a bar that is going to be right next to our lotto booth.
You need some kind of, like I say, like a hall or a performance area where you can charge for shows and people come to your place and you make a profit.
Well, we get in there and we are, I think I mentioned earlier that there's a couple of properties in the community that we want to purchase to do things like that, to make us self-sufficient. We just launched our website last year, and there's provisions there for our online store. We are talking about doing online radio, and our website has the capability to ultimately run programming on what we would call Frontlet TV, and have it probably with subscribers around the world. We only now start to recognize how much fans Frontlet have all around the world by doing the activities we've been doing thus far. So pretty soon somebody sitting in Delaware could go online and buy a Frontlet t-shirt or subscribe to Frontlet's weekly radio program. And at the end of the day, a man paying $2 US to subscribe to our program who considers himself a Frontlet fan. With 1,000 subscribers, all of a sudden that is $2,000 a month.
No, what are you thinking? No, what are you thinking? But you have a lot of young people with you there that can, who's very, tech savvy, that can work with you guys and share these kind of ideas and help to make these things possible.
These are the things that we are doing now. These are the things that we are working on now. And all of a sudden, $2,000 US a month means $14,000 TT. And that $14,000 TT is 210 a pound. Let me just break it down to tangible. That is 210 a pound. And that means that you don't have to beg somebody for that 210 a pound.
The entertainment business in America is $1 billion and $1 trillion business.
Because of the structure.
And I mean,
because it's an industry. We don't have an industry. We have a steel pan movement. We don't have a steel pan industry.
Yeah,
and there are many different facets that make up our industry: manufacturing, marketing, financing, etc., etc. We don't have that. We have a steel pan movement.
Right. So what I'm saying to you, that's like what you're planning there now. So you set up your pan yard with an entertainment area for a stage and where you could charge a fee. And you start off that, you will have your gift shop, you do your streaming online, so that all these things will come in where it starts to bring in revenue for you. And you handle yourself. And when everybody see what you're doing and making progress, I'm sure that will follow through and eventually you get to that point.
Well, I have become, based on my experience, very singular focused. Because I know the animals that are pan people, and I see the animals.
But you lead in the way. You lead in the way what you're doing.
Not in a degrading way, but if they don't see it, if they don't feel it, if they can't touch it, then they don't believe it.
That's nothing new under the sun, brother. That is
right.
Nothing new.
So understanding that is why I remove myself from the politics and the bantering that exists within the pan movement, and focusing squarely on developing Frontlet and developing our community.
Right, exactly. And then you're doing the right thing and just lead the way. Don't look back. Let's keep going forward.
That is the plan. We have gone so far that we have programs in 7 primary schools and 1 secondary school. We have a massive junior program. Pre-COVID was nearly 100 children. And we have had negotiations with the MP for San Fernando East to place 5 10-man steel bands in the 5 community centers in the San Fernando East constituency to offer programs for young people and senior citizens. I have a seniors class in Frontlet, people up to 78 years old, who always wanted to play pan but never got the opportunity because of the stigma attached to the instrument when they were younger.
But this is something you guys can make money too, because you're giving that's why you give piano lessons, you're giving pan lessons, and you make money out of that too.
But this is something that we are doing right now. We have been doing this for over a year. And our senior class has evolved into an arm of the band called Frontleg Gold and Steel. And they sell more tickets than anybody else because they are connected, they're retired, they have time on their hands, but they retired with their connections in the various companies. Look, it even went so far that when Wire was ill and was in Montauk last year, one of our Gold and Steel members was on the ward looking after him when he was in the hospital.
Nice.
So paying dividends all kind of way.
So what I'm suggesting is that you next time you maybe you set up something with Ansem so you can give us do a live there and give us a little tour of what's going on, and we can probably do that.
Sure. This is up until the 20th of this month, we'll be heavily engaged. Frontler turned 55 years last year, and due to the lockdown of the country, we had to postpone our concert. That announcement came 4 days before our concert. So we have thousands of dollars outside on this show. But it's something that has to happen, so we're gonna make it happen.
Darren,
After that, anything is possible.
Hold a minute, Darren, we have a caller. Go ahead and do now.
Yes, good evening to all.
Yeah.
First, I want to say that I'm glad for the opportunity to see Darren Shepherd on the show because I found out about him not too long ago on his document he did with Pan. And one of the things I said was that there's so many people from outside of Trinidad that's teaching about Pan on YouTube and stuff like that. And at one point I was looking and I was like, nobody from Trinidad is teaching anything to how to play a song and this and that. And then finally, like a lot of people, more people from Trinidad is going on YouTube and teaching about the Pan and teaching about music. And I just want to compliment you. You did a very good document on it. I'm an intermediate player. I played a couple of years in Brooklyn with Bradley, the 1-2 Panorama, but that's not a big thing for me. My thing is not about Panorama, just like you're saying, and I do agree with you that I think Panorama is, it's killing Pan. Nobody really wants to play until there's 100 and something people on stage. They want to be on the big stage. After that, everything just drops dead. Like, wait a minute, Pan yard, look, it's just Pan just sitting there. You don't even see Pans, you just see racks. And I think that, I think every steel band in Trinidad, especially the big bands, should have music classes for children in the community and teach, so that when they come to play Pan, they will be able to have more of a music, approach it from a musical background and not just they're playing Pan, but they're actually playing music. Mm-hmm. So everybody says, I play Pan, but they don't never hear anybody, they say, I play music. You're a musician, you're not a Pan player. So, one thought that I have always, a couple of thoughts I want to say quickly because I know you want to speak and everybody else want to speak. I always thought about if somebody said to me, we have to find a better way to make Pan because it's so hard to transport. Do you see any other way of making Pan, just like you say, coming down to the Pan around the neck? That's a good idea because somebody does that down in Disney World in Florida, right? So I want to know if you have any ideas of if you see Pan could be made smaller or be able to make it in a way where it could transport, especially like a 6-base. And another question I have is, what's your vision on, instead of having a governing outside body, these people that some of them don't even never pay a plan in their life, how about the Pan sides at each Pan theater, selecting members and forming their own Pan Trinbago and governing the Pan? Because for years we see that Pan Trinbago have failed, the Pan men. So that's my question. I'm going to hang up.
All right. Thank you, Endo.
Listen.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, Darren.
So the first one, I was fortunate enough to be involved as one of the endorsees for an instrument called the Phi, which is the percussive harmonic instrument. And it's a conduit just like a keyboard that has thousands of tones on it, but it's shaped like a pan. The note placement is like a pan. So it's easy for the panist to play. Now, what that instrument does, it opens up a host of tones to the pan man. It even so, the type of work that they did with it, you could now, they have programmed in it a Butch Kellman bass or a Bertie Marshall tenor. So I could go with 4 of those and you have a whole steel orchestra, you know? Because just like on a keyboard, where, and Tommy, you'd be aware, instead of playing trumpet, you click in your code for brass.
Correct.
And from one strike of the note, you get a whole horn section there, you know? And that's where the technology was going here. But then the then government had some issue with Professor Copeland, took them to court. The whole project was shut down when it would have been the first electronic project that would have been manufactured, built in Trinidad and Tobago for export. And that is just sitting dormant, doing nothing. And I could carry a steel band with 4 or 5 of the regular instruments. And I have that instrument in the mix. That playing bass and everything. You know? So that makes it much easier to transport.
But what I'm saying, if you have 100 pan players in your band, when you come into travel, you don't have to take 100 with you. You know, you take a certain amount that you feel that is necessary.
Nobody wants 100.
No, I'm just saying it. So a lot of people are saying that, you know, I think Tommy was saying the band is too large. But your band can be as large as you want to, but that's what I'm saying. When you get ready to travel, you're not taking everybody with you, you know?
You can't. And what was the other question?
The other question, but look, I forget the other question, yes? Tommy, you remember what the other question was?
Yep. My memory, I have to jog my memory now. The last question was...
I remember. He spoke about setting up a governing body for PAN, made up of people outside of PAN. Now, in 2017, there was a move to do that, right? And there was a symposium at what is this bank in New York? Mellon Bank.
Mellon Bank, okay.
And they invited representatives of steel band organizations from across the world. And there was representation from the Caribbean islands, from North America, from England, etc. And I was the host of that event. There was an initiative from Panchinbago, and it was called the IAS, the International Association of Steel Bands. A lot of work was done and a lot of data collected on what are the real needs of PAN globally. What is the market value? How many instruments do you need? Would you need just to supply the current membership? And what are the marketing opportunities for expansion into universities and community programs, etc.? That is where that was headed. And all member organizations now will have to follow a particular constitutional framework, which will then trickle down to the bands. So in FIFA, for example, there's a framework for membership, and that has to trickle down to your clubs. You have to function in a certain way. You have to report in a certain way. And that would have streamlined steel pan activities across the world. and set particular standards for being involved. But the powers that be then and now don't see that as a relevant move. So it's been on the back burner. It was a registered entity. As far as I know, the framework and the MOU that was signed is still in the office somewhere. But nobody seems to be willing or to even get the necessary information to see if they could revisit that. We say Panchenbego is the world governing body of steel bands. But the world don't recognize us as that. The world just simply recognizes Trinidad as the mecca of pan, and that's it.
Darren, 1 minute. We gotta go to a quick station identification. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We have with us a noted pan player of Trinidad and Tobago, Darren Shepherd. Hold a minute, Darren. Stick and sit, don't go nowhere. Still on.
You're listening to WZYE.
So Darren, we're back.
Yes,
Darren, let me give you, Tommy.
Yes.
I want to say something to that. You see that organization you just talk about it?
Mm-hmm.
I think you should revitalize that, because that is the global type of program that PAN needs, and that could be the FIFA. That could be the FIFA organization of steel pan.
Well, that was the intent, and
forget about Trinidad though. Forget about them in Trinidad though, because them they want nothing like that. They don't want nothing global. Them everything to stay local. When a guy in North Carolina now producing pan, is in North Carolina, I think, yeah, North Carolina producing pan. You understand? And making real money, and even selling pan on Amazon.
Answer him. How with the connections you have, how will we help him get in a show over here, a place to come and perform, and make some money? You know.
Well, I remember Anslim very well now, and Anslim came with a particular type of proposal to the three interest groups, and I remember clearly now the day he met with Panchenbego, I was asking some very tough questions to the pains of the other members of the organization, and I remember making a case for Panchenbego, and we ended up having some discussions, but the powers that be didn't buy into the idea, and that was a fantastic opportunity to globalize our culture.
Well, let's boycott bypass the politicians and move
Gary,
forward.
1 minute. You know, I wasn't going to say anything here, Darren, but Darren was part, and I used to live with Darren because Darren was like the public relation guy for Panchenbego, and we had a great idea on the table for Pan to make money like never before.
Yep.
And them fellas and them, I don't know what it was, but like they went back into
for
the
example, the Newark Symphony Hall, or we have the
No, but Gary, we wasn't talking about that. We was talking about streaming panorama. We was talking about a shop, a Panchenbego shop.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, what I'm talking about going forward, right? We have
No, but Gary, I hear you. But what I'm saying is that that picture there is a small picture. And I read the book, The Magical Thinking Big. Right? And what Darren was the spearhead, is Darren was the man who was driving it. And we had everything lined up, you know. The only thing we needed was from the NCC to sign off on a contract where it didn't cost them a penny. Darren, I don't really talk about that, you know. If you didn't come on there.
What I'm saying, leave out the NCC now. He has a pan tent going on. Bring him as a band, an independent band from Trinidad and Tobago. Let him perform at the this place where Diana went here in Newark. I forget the name of the place right now. The NJ Park. Bring him in the NJ Park, stage our show, and help him make some money.
But listen, I will be in contact with Tommy, and I will be back in contact with Darren, because we work real good. But he's a tough guy. He easy, you know.
No, yourself and I think from that initial meeting with the executive, we recognize that we're in the same headspace on many of the issues.
Right.
My thing was, I am here to sell pan. And my argument at the time was, if you're looking at the market calypso, if the subject matter doesn't have relevance to the global market as to them understanding when you're talking about the prime minister, when you're talking about this minister, they're not aware the subjects wasn't palatable and still isn't on many levels for calypso for the global market. But my argument is pan is instrumental. And instrumental music could sell all the time. Now, while I trying to bargain at that level, I have colleagues telling me, boy, take where you can get. You go chase the man. But I think Anselm understood where we was going. And we were talking about developing a panorama reality series that will chronicle the experience of a band from the first day of practice till the last leg in the competition.
Correct.
And somebody was trying to tell me, yeah, but you had to do that with the big bands. I say, yeah, you could do it with the big bands, but you had to do some of the small bands because people like tragic stories. Tragic stories that pull at people's heartstrings. So you want to see the band in the little community in the countryside that's struggling to make it, and you chronicle how the community feels when they don't make it. Those are real stories that has gripped people, but they just couldn't see that.
Let me tell you, some people in Trinidad just jealous, full and wicked. All right, they are going forward and they don't want to see you go forward.
Myopia.
You know, so what I'm saying to you is, you guys are in contact with each other already. Make some moves to do something outside the country. Build your fame outside the country, you know, and make some money.
No, I listen. I told Tommy that I know Darren, right? But I wasn't going to bring up nothing.
But you and Tommy we already have connected here in New York.
Yeah, I don't know if Darren wanted me to bring it up, so I really wasn't going to bring it up.
No, I had no choice. The question went in a certain direction from the gentleman, and mind you, my first exposure to the real world of music is from that gentleman sitting down there with all you, Mr. Nisbet. And at 19 years old, he put me in the Apollo Theater on Caribbean Amateur Night. And from then, my whole view of what pan is capable of changed.
So I mean, you got some catching up to do. You got some catching up to do on the international scene here.
But I want to say, I think this is the start. This is just, you see, you know, everything at its time and place, yeah, boy. Time and place. Because Darren, how long ago we did that, boy? About 4 years ago?
That was in 2017, brother.
Listen to me, you and I don't have 1,000 years on the earth.
How long, boy?
I like to run with things.
27. But you know, look how far we would have been. How far along we would have been, all right?
Boy, it pains me because the real value in Panorama is not the prize money. The real value is the story.
Boy, them don't understand it, no. Them don't understand it, no.
Well, listen,
I sure they don't understand.
No, they did not.
Let's bring the money with the story too, man.
It's still marketable. Still today, very marketable.
No. Listen, it's still today. You know, I just kind of stayed away from it because my experience there, boy, and I went down there, man.
How are you?
Darren, me and Darren used to talk almost every day, you know. I think I was in that for 2 weeks, and even when we come back home, we still used to talk, boy. And
you know,
go ahead.
You know, I worked for CBS Records for some years, and I know that the music business is 90% business and 10% music. You know, and so it is with pan too.
Yeah, but Tommy, see what you could do to help this guy get out of the ground, man.
What we had to do, we had to bring, you, I, and Darren have to do like, we have to discuss it, and we had to bring Darren back because we have to get deep down into the weeds now. Now Darren know we could go into the weeds. I didn't want to go into the weeds, you know.
Well, leave it at the caller.
yeah, the caller. I'm a partner too, and do not like pan too bad. Always
Listen,
listen to me.
Gentlemen, when you brought to the table Antlim, the production company that we were supposed to work with, I don't even think my colleagues recognized what that meant in terms of producing a reality series and what that could mean, not just for the steel pan fraternity, but if the story is real, it could touch people in any walk of life. And you're talking about production companies that work with major American artists who are successful. When I look, and I didn't just take what you said, right? I went and researched the companies to see if this thing really pan out.
But you could play any kind of music on pan, you know. I mean, you know, I have seen a lot of Indian music on pan, and it sounds very good. You know,
but Gary, what we're saying is that, let me tell you, when I went to Trinidad, we had all the companies already lined up. We had internet companies, we had companies to do the stream, we had companies to do the movie, the filming. We had everything, boy. Ready.
Yeah, but answer the politicians not interested in this. We had to go beyond the politicians.
Yeah. At that time, MCC didn't want no part of that. My partner was in the MCC board too, you know.
We had to cut that neighbor string. We had to cut that neighbor string.
We got to bring Darren back, boy. Darren, we got to bring you back, man. And you told me and I go start to communicate, you know, offline. So before you go, man, any closing words before you go?
First of all, thanks for the opportunity. Fontclair Enterprises Limited celebrated its first anniversary as a business today. And I want to say that Steel Bands and Steel Bands administration has to start to think about business. So in Fontclair has a non-profit organization. We weren't registered like that before. So now Fontclair Steel Orchestra is an NGO. Correct. But Fontclair Steel Orchestra is now the only shareholder for a limited liability company called Fontclair Enterprises Limited. Correct. That is the business arm of the band. So now we're in a position where we could attract corporate support from the NGO side. And just recently, we sent a application to the United Nations for one of the programs that they have in, because we are a registered NGO.
Correct.
We didn't get any response yet, but it means that if you're properly registered under that umbrella and you're doing good accounting, then it is likely that you could now start to attract international funding for programs and projects. From the enterprises side, that's the business arm of the band, and the wealth generated from that now goes back to the NGO because it's a sole shareholder to better the lives of the people that is involved in our community and in the band directly. And that's the kind of structure steel bands need to look at, that you can benefit from both sides of the coin.
Yeah. So Darren, it's a pleasure, man. You know, I know we kept you a little long, and we kept people in the chat a little long too, but we appreciate you coming on.
It was a pleasure being here.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
All right, brothers.
Yeah,
thank you, Sheppy.
All
right, good night, man.
Good night, man.
All right, folks.
So Wall Street, you didn't know that I knew him that well, huh?
Well, I mean, if you're game to come on, I know you knew him. You know? So, folks, everybody in the chat, It was nice playing you. We went a little late tonight, so Tommy, any closing words?
Well, like I always said, love is the key. It's the key to life, and that's what we must learn. That's the only way we'll get some of the things that we seek to accomplish, truly accomplish. We got to give it love, and with love, we got to remain focused. I thank you for allowing me this opportunity to share this evening with you and the rest of the family, the village family. And I look forward to our next meeting.
Cool. All right. Yeah, Gary, closing words.
Yeah, man. So I'll say a quick good night. Also, you could share licks with love too. So sometimes you have to share little licks lovingly in order to get things straightened out. So with that, I would say good night, everyone, and let's keep up the fight. Thank everyone and our listeners for joining us. I'll see you guys on Thursday.
Yeah, so folks, from where I sit, this is it. The clock on the wall said that's all I like to say, but I've got to go. Remember, hard work beats talent, and talent does not work hard. And for every 60 seconds of anger, you lose 1 minute of happiness. See you. Same WZYE time, same WZYE channel. And we're going to go out with this one tonight by Crazy. Let me see. Crazy. Wait. Here we go. Crazy. All right, folks. Later. Come on, Crazy. Come on, Crazy.
I wonder where this man gone, boy. Man drop the phone here. Gypsy drop the phone, sheltering from the last election downpour. I walk in alone and I find the cell phone just outside a bookstore. I'm hustling to give him back inside the mall. But like every 3 steps I make, I get 4 more calls. A tired answer. I was like an operator. Yeah, me making a report to my partner. I tell Gypsy, 1 call you to say you're still yellow. 2 call you to say you're singing a vex tempo. 3 call you, look the time still on the screen. 4 call you at 23:18. 4 call you, you know I won't lie. 4 call you, look your phone, bye-bye. I not answering nobody phone again. When I say I find a phone, I go straight by the police with it. Some people so bad, if you lose your phone and they find it, they will keep it. Throw away the SIM card and see them posing with your possession forthwith. I may be a crazy man, but I can't thief. Would never put nobody through all that grief. The loss of contacts could put anybody off track. So I carry Gypsy phone and give him back. And I tell him, 1 call you to say you're still yellow. 2 call you to say you're singing a vex tempo. 3 call you, look the time still on the screen. 4 call you at 23:18. 4 call you, you know I won't lie. 4 call you, look your phone, bye-bye. Juba, bye-bye. Gypsy was so glad to get back his cell phone from me. He told me thank you. The little time we had is another phone calls again don't start coming through. I couldn't detect who was the latest caller, but all I hear Gypsy say is you smoke ganja. It caused 1 alarm.
Then Gypsy ball up me macaram. That caller had to do me partner some harm. I tell Gypsy, one call you to say you're still yellow. Two call you to say you're singing a vex tempo. Three call you, look the time still on the screen. Four call you at 23:18. Four call you, you know I won't lie. Four call you, look your phone, bye-bye. Hey, Ramba Ram, you see Gypsy boy, I looking for him all about. When I met Gypsy, he was dressed in red, wearing a P&M jersey. Crazy, he tell me, after I work so hard for the PP, look what they do me. Is I build the fire station in Mayaro, and it's loved by everybody in Rio Claro. Just so they blank me from serving my constituency. So I cuss all of them and vote P&M. I tell Gypsy, one call you to say you're still yellow. Two call you to say you're singing a vex tempo. Three call you, look the time still on the screen. Four call you at 23:18. Four call you, you know I won't lie. Four call you, look your phone, bye-bye. One call you, Moses Monroe. Two call you, I'm looking for Gypsy all about. Three call you, they say he and Ramba Rap now went through the mall. Four call you, don't want to talk to him on the phone.